Hi. I'm back though. Hi, I'm a professional streamer. How y'all doing? I forgot to unmute my mic. Yay! Oh, that hurts. So yeah, we're awake earlier than I really like being awake, but that's fine. I have my cane because I can't walk right now. This is how we're doing. How's my knee? Yeah, it's better than it was. I can like walk around the house now with the brace on. Disney, oh my good fucking Steph, why? But yeah, like I can stand on it, but yeah, I had a shoot on Monday and I was demonstrating a backbend thing that I can do, which I do all the time. There's literally no reason why this happened. I just stepped wrong, I guess. And my knee folded. And Steph says she couldn't hear the noise, which is good because it was a terrible sound. But it made a horrific noise inside of my body. And then I fell to the floor. And I think I hurt my shoulder landing on the concrete because I, was landing on concrete. But yeah, so it hurt, but it didn't feel that bad initially. Like there definitely was like a split second of, oh fuck. And then I was like, okay. I just had to like lay on the floor for like maybe 2 minutes and then like sat for a sec. But then like within like 5-10 minutes we were doing the shoot and I was standing and I was okay. It was unstable, but like I was fine. I didn't really think anything of it because like I've dislocated my knees so much. Yeah, I'll let you know. I really just, cause I only just woke up, so I gotta like kind of test to see how it's feeling. But I should be good for tomorrow. I'll just have to take it very easy. Especially because we're like Ubering around. But I will be wearing my knee brace because I don't want to re-injure it. But yeah, so I didn't think it was gonna be that big of a deal because I dislocate my knee all the time. Like literally all the time. I've dislocated my knee like that. I dislocated this one the exact same way, more or less, last year. So, also captions. I've said dislocated like 3 times. Thank you. Finally, I got it. It was just like disappointed. No. But yeah, I didn't think it was that big of a deal because like, yeah, I was a little wiggly, but like, when am I not wiggly? I was like, this is fine. But then we finished the shoot and like, I was only standing for a little bit of it. It was sitting most of the time. And then we sat for a bit and then we were like talking for like an hour. And then when I went to go get up, I was like, oh, my knee is mad now. So it took like 2 hours before it really started to like be a problem. I know what you feel like. Remember when I fainted and landed on my knee at your place? Yeah. It's like you don't realize at first what you've done and then you're like, oh shit. No, I did hurt myself actually. But yeah, did the shoot, got up. Things were, thank you, Doom. It was really unstable and I wobbled to a Booster Juice to get a smoothie. We got like food, Ubered home, got up the stairs fine. Like, I had to go one step at a time, right? But like, it was just like gradually getting worse throughout the day until I was like, oh, I really just like can't move anymore. And then like all the rest of that day, I was just like, oh no, I'm just gonna like be in bed and I can't do anything. I canceled physiotherapy and then all day yesterday I didn't get up, especially because like Steph was out for work. So I was like, I like can't do anything. Just why I didn't stream yesterday. I was like, I can't I can't do this. Like, how was I gonna get my laptop here? Like, I have a wheelchair, but like, it would have been so much effort to get this set up, and I needed to sleep so badly. So I didn't go to the hospital because I'm me, but I looked up what likely it is, and I sprained my MCL, which is the tendon here in your inner kneecap. So I sprained that. At worst, I did a minor tear, which, again, I don't understand how that happened. Like, yes, my knee folded sideways, but like, if anyone who's met me, my knee bends that way. It's been bending that way for years. I don't know why it's suddenly a problem, but like, like it just does that. I don't know why it's mad all of a sudden, but like, all right. I got yoga blocks because I have to elevate it, but I'm trying to take it easy and have it heal as quickly as possible. I mean, on the plus side, like, I'm not in that much pain because I have so much nerve damage in that knee that like I can't really feel that much. But it did kind of suck. Like, it hurt a lot to touch here. Like, even the first half of yesterday, and now it's like, it's mostly fine. It's still like a little squishy and a little swollen, but it's definitely better than it was. Like, before I really couldn't stand up much at all, and now I'm like, even by the end of yesterday, I was like pacing around and being like, okay, this is fine. But like, the issue is like, I can't afford to really take a lot of time off work. I might not go to the social tonight though, Lucy, just because I want to give this as much healing as I can before tomorrow. And sitting in it, like, at least here streaming, I can like prop my leg up. I just don't know if like I can like go to a hangout, and that's fair. I didn't think you'd come. Yeah, yoga blocks. Because you're supposed to elevate the shit. I'm like trying to get it to chill as fast as possible so that I can do stuff. Because Lucy and I have a shoot tomorrow, which luckily it's a Silent Hill one. So like, if anyone gets pissy that I have a fucking medical brace on and a Silent Hill nurse shoot, they can eat my entire ass. But like, it's fine. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, it's like, whatever. I mean, the entire reason I started cosplaying Nurse is because she has a bum leg that bends the wrong way like mine does, that I can't do right now. Which kind of sucks, but yeah, I'm not about to like really care. And also, like, you know, Lucy and I shoots usually go pretty quick anyway, so like, I'm pretty sure I can handle standing for an hour. Worst case scenario, I'll do a bunch of sitting poses. It's not like I'll just sit on stuff. It's whatever. Plus I'll have the pipe so I can lean on that. But yeah, like, I'll be fine. Like, it's the weirdest thing to be like, yeah, I dislocated my knee so badly I couldn't walk properly for a couple days, and be like, but also I'm fine, and I didn't go to the hospital. Because for the average person, if they had done to their knee what I did, they'd have to have immediately gone to the hospital. In fact, every time I Googled stuff about what I did to my knee, it's like, go to the hospital immediately, contact a medical professional, they have to like do an MRI and like figure out like what happened. I'm like, I can tell it's not torn. It wouldn't feel this fine this quickly if it was torn. And also it would have hurt right away. And like, I talked to Mara, my ex-girlfriend, who's friend of the show, but she's like a former medic, and she's usually who I go to if I'm like, I don't know if I should go to the hospital or not, because the internet keeps telling me I should, but also I have EDS, so like, doctors also, thanks for the bonk, I appreciate it. But like, I've been told to go to the hospital for shit all the time, and then I get there and they're like, why are you here? I'm like, I don't know, people told me. Because like, normally you'd go to the hospital for a dislocation, but if I did that, every time I had a dislocation, I just live in the ER. which is actually an argument I made with my family doctor when I first started seeing her. She was like, oh yeah, like to her credit, she was like, yeah, if you dislocate like an ankle or a finger, like it doesn't really matter. But she was like, if you dislocate like a knee or a hip or a shoulder or something, like a major joint, can you go to the hospital? I'm like, I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'm not doing that because I'd be in the hospital all the time. And I don't mean like every month, I mean every single day. I'd just be in and out of the ER all day, every day. It would be useless. Honestly, I'm kind of the same. Yeah, like, honestly, if I went to the hospital every time, like, my hip dislocated this morning.
Meow, bitch!
Meow, bitch! Thank you for the meow applier. But I dislocate things literally all the time. It's not the emergency that it normally is for other people. And the one time I went to the ER with a dislocation because I couldn't get it to go back, they just like went, well, it's not really dislocated because you're not in pain. I'm like, bitch. First of all, I show up to the ER like this, right? And I'm telling y'all, I sprained my knee 2 days ago, and this is how I am. Like, it doesn't really hurt now, but I wasn't behaving any different yesterday either. Like, it hurts, but like, I don't act like I'm in pain because I'm in pain all the time. Like, this hurts. But if I whined every time I was in pain, I would never shut up. Not that I shut up anyway, but I say other things than ow. But yeah. Oh, you just sent me a Kirby pic. It's so far away. Can't relate. I'm a whiny bitch anyway. Also, hi. Hi, Seren. How's it doing? Your phone? But Lucy, I'm over here now. Oh, he's watching stream. Look at him. I know I'm a dingus. Kitty kitty. Wow, I wasn't following you. I'm a fake fan. I mean, it's your first time chatting. That's fine. But welcome in. Hope you've been good. Oh, I have a...
Hello!
Hello! Fucking Christ. Ow. Again, I'm fine. This is just awkward. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I did the phone number thing for the raid, the hate raid summer. I can also fix that. So I don't think that's necessary. Where is that? Where's the thing? Okay. That should be fixed now. Assuming it happens that fast. But I switched the thing. Let me see. It's like my favorite alert. Thank you for following. I'm getting real close to my follow goal too. Yeah, it's there's like a Neko March thing, and then I added the Bremen March song from Majora's Mask. Yeah, I edited that myself. Yeah, my follow goal, I think I'm only 3 away now. I normally don't pay attention to that, but we're getting real close, and then I'll do a partial suspension on stream. I made that goal before I injured my knee. I promise you, if I do a partial suspension on stream, I will do one that is knee safe, or I'll wait until my knee is healed. Like, I'm not gonna do it like, oh, I'm just gonna do this thing and hurt myself. Promise I won't do that. Also, I can't imagine I'm gonna get 3 more followers in the next week because I don't stream that often, but I have hurting yourself on purpose should be a higher follower goal. True. Let me see if I can find this video, because now that Seren is here, I need to play this song for you. Can't fucking find it. Why is TikTok search on desktop the actual worst? Oh, there it is. Oh my god, why is TikTok on desktop the actual worst? It's the actual worst. I'm so mad. Should I hollow toggle for your nails? It's awesome and lasts forever. Yeah!
They comment my lyric and they all spell them wrong, but that's okay. They comment that I never miss, but I miss my white hanky when I have to go all the way to Brazil. People say that I should do more show, that I get better every time I post, and teachers play my music for all their English students. Now everybody asks me how I know. I read it in the color. Yes, I read all of you color. And they are so nice every time. That's why I always give it when I am reading all you color. They comment me say Billboard hit.
Literally though, every single time I'm fucking... Every single time I see you comment in chat, this song plays in my head. Slaps harder than my mother. Oh my god. Okay. Where's the full... The full song is so good. I bet I'll make that my new entrance theme. Oh my god. That would be amazing. Bunch of memes. Oh, this one is very relevant to this chat specifically. Oh my god, TikTok, why are you like this?
It's a piercing thrift store. Autism piercing thrift store.
I love going
It's the
to
trifecta.
autism piercing thrift store.
It's literally the one-stop shop for Lucy. It's so funny.
All right.
Can I get a quick pick of the frog of the window?
Oh my god, I hate TikTok so much. I love that when you scroll to the beginning of a TikTok, it just starts playing.
Quick pick of the frog of the window. Quick pick of the frog of the window. Quick pick of the frog in the window.
Frog in the window.
Frog in the window.
Frog on the window.
Quick pick of the frog in the
Frog in the
window.
window pick.
Frog in the
With the
window
lightning
pick.
to be
Can I get a
lightning
video of the frog on the window? Video of the frog on the window with a picture with the frog on the window.
Frog on the window.
Frog on the window with a video picture with the frog on the window.
Can we get a frog on the window here?
Yeah, we got a
We
frog.
got a frog on the window. Can somebody turn on their flash?
Please.
Can somebody turn the lightning on outside? We got a frog on the window.
Can you get one more?
Oh, frog on the window moving. Frog on the window
Frog on
moving.
the window moving.
Frog on the window. It's riveting.
we get a frog in the window?
Get a frog on the window.
See, when people say boys will be boys, this is what they should mean. You know? You know what I mean? We have a normal amount of tabs open. Hey, these are all shit to share with you. These are just my... Literally, these are just my stream tabs. You haven't even seen all the other tabs that I have. I'm terrified. Oh yeah, and I mean, a lot of these I don't end up sharing. I just have them in case like it's something I end up wanting to talk about. But like, a bunch of these tabs are just about like news. But I do also have, just for myself, like 3 other windows open. I have like a work window. I have a window full of just like YouTube videos. It's ridiculous. One of these days my laptop's gonna actually explode from the number of tabs that I have open. Because it's too many tabs. I will get lost if I have more than 5 tabs open type of neurodivergent, so this is insane to me, but I get it. Yeah, whereas like, I forget shit. So I mean like, I have one window that's literally just like, it's all work stuff that I have to have open all the time. So it's like my Google Calendar, a couple of Google Sheets that I have to have open for my one job. Like all my, like my OF, my Fansly, my Patreon. And then I've got like social media that cause I have to post every single day to all of them. So like, I have all the things I post to open. I have ministry stuff that's open. Like anything that's shipped that like I've bought that's like, I'm like tracking pages open. So I have that window. And then I have another window that's just like, yeah, YouTube stuff. I have another one that's music. Tabs that I listen to when I'm, like it's all like playlists that I like to listen to while I'm like editing. Or like stream music, because I have to have very specific stream safe music. Which, fun fact, one of the last streams I did, I got copyright strikes for my, from one of my VODs, so I can't upload it on YouTube. Because YouTube's copyright system is stupid. My God, Steph just posted this in my Discord. I mean, I've seen that today, but like, yeah, sword and wand, you know, my favorite Skyrim build. Not that I played that much Skyrim, but you know. Mage fighter build, yeah. See, we're gonna get through so many tabs today, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be so fun. Let's watch an octopus punch a fish. Because I thought that was funny.
Have been seen hunting together with fish. And I don't mean that fish are nearby. I don't mean they're hunting fish. I mean, much like how humans train dogs to help them track down their prey, these octopi are working with and seemingly training fish to hunt with them and punching fish that do not cooperate.
Thanks for the
We
lyrics, Ren.
absolutely have a video of this. I'm going to greatly
Have a good
summarize
lunch.
this article, but it was once thought that octopi would hunt primarily solo. They would use their camouflage to just sit still and snag things that come by or move slowly across the ocean floor. there was no thought given to the fact that octopi could cooperate with other species or would even consider doing such a thing. But a group of scientists decided to observe octopi hunting and were shocked to see them moving in packs with multiple species of fish and even bonking them. You can see it right there. It's so funny. He just slaps this fish right out of the way whenever they're doing... I don't know exactly how fish hunt or what the problem is, but whenever they don't behave, they get a bonk. And there seems to be some sort of mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship going in here. The fish help the octopus hunt, and the octopus help the fish hunt. So they all get some mutual benefit. It's also wild that it's multiple species and not just one species of fish. And in the article they talk about there seems to be some amount of evidence that the octopi can actually recognize the individual fish, much like how we would recognize individual dogs. And that basically just means that these creatures are much, much more intelligent and much more like us than we originally thought, which I think is very cool.
I want so many more videos of octopus punching fish. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard. Like, are you kidding me? Punching a fish? That's the funniest shit. Lucy, this one's specifically for you.
Look at him. Look at him in this frying pan. You just... Damn, dude. You fit perfect. If I give you the frying pan, can I flip you with a spatula? If I just gently... Well, he's just too good of a fit.
That's his frying pan now. It's his frying pan. The only thing holding octopuses back is they just lived 2 years. I didn't even know that. They should live longer. Have they ever thought about maybe just living longer? Another baby. Otter is deaf and makes the cutest noises when he's woken up. That's me if you care. It's me if you even care. Looked it up. Seems like the max is 5 years. I'm pretty sure max 5 years is, I mean, longer than some species, I guess, but like shorter than most intelligent species. But yeah, when I wake up, I 100% make noises like that. Oh my god, stop autoplaying TikTok. I'm full of piss and rage. Stop autoplaying 5-second clips. Okay. Fucking Christ.
Turkeys in my neighborhood are gay.
Turkeys in my neighborhood are gay. Gay turkeys. Gay turkeys. Turkeys are gay. Ha! Gay. Exactly. Steph, maybe don't. Steph, maybe don't. Maybe don't say it like that. Okay. 5 years until what? I purposefully tried not to use your name, dude. And then you're like... 5 years maximum. Yeah, apparently octopi only live max 5 years. So that's cool to know. Welcome in, Cryptid. I hope you're doing good. I don't know if Lucy told you, but my knee is better. I can lift it now. That's the big ones. The small ones are like 12 to 18 months. Jesus. I don't know why I thought they lived longer than that. Yeah, I can do this now, which I couldn't do yesterday. So that's fun. it's difficult to walk around, but it's possible now, so. Instructions unclear. I'm married to an octopus now. Lucy, you say that like you wouldn't be absolutely thrilled to find out Octodad was living in your home. Yeah. Like, you'd be like, oh my god, tentacles? Fuck yeah. Sign me up in all caps is wild. That's so funny. Oh, thing that happened yesterday. Because we're going to be going through, mainly I'm focusing today on shit that's happened in the last week because things go too fast. But last night / just yesterday was the Sony State of Play, and I mostly don't care. But there were horror games. There were horror games in the State of Play, and I want to see those. So I have a couple game trailers to share. Because, like, you know, you have things to pick up and drop off. Okay. It was good to see you, though. I'll be streaming, like, most of the day, though. So, like, maybe when you're home again for lunch or whatever, I will be here. Or, well, I guess it's lunch now. Whenever you're home, I might still be here. So, yes, we're going to watch some horror game trailers because it's the only thing I care about, especially as someone who doesn't have a PlayStation. Some of these might... Oh my god, Lucy. Oh my god. But yeah, we're gonna look at some game trailers. There's only a couple of them, they're pretty short. But like, I don't have a PlayStation 5. I'm never gonna have a PlayStation 5. But some of these might come to PC, who knows? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's way too loud.
I don't remember when it happened, but I remember how I felt. Father told us to hide when they came to our house. Then they took him away. Mother said I couldn't play outside anymore. Everyone had fled.
This looks gorgeous.
She said the country was sick, but we would be okay. Mother always said monsters didn't exist. I thought they lived under my bed. We were both wrong. They lived inside our heads.
Whoa. That looks so cool. The brutalist architecture always gets me. I'm a sucker for a big concrete monolith. This looks really cool. Hell is the US? Yes, I agree. This is really fucking cool. It's like a horror hack and slash situation. Pseudo cyberpunk. Like that. Like a good poncho. I'm always a fan of a cloak. That looks sick as hell.
PlayStation.
I want to play that at some point. Or at least see someone else play it, because the hack and slash seems like it's gonna be hard on my fingies, but where's the next one? Oh no, not violence.
Listen to me, burnt one. If you're intending to walk the midnight walk, you better be sure to keep your spark safe and burning.
Oh my god, that's so cool. It's like stop motion.
While I was in the black, I had a dream.
That looks really sick.
There was a monster in the woods.
Claymation? Oh my god.
Like a moth into the burning light.
VR compatible claymation. Let's go. God, I love like the claymation aesthetic so much.
Little soul, you charming little wanderer.
Look at the little
Where
hot
are
guy.
you off to now?
And
Look
so
at him.
it was that the burnt one and a small flame took a wander down the midnight walk.
That looks so charming. That looks sick. These mostly seem like spooky aesthetic games rather than specifically horror. But you know what? I'm down for that also. Spooky aesthetic is my favorite kind of aesthetic. Also, we have an Alan Wake expansion.
This isn't the Bureau's first time in Bright Falls.
I've never actually played Alan Wake 2. I've seen all of Alan Wake 1, and it's really fun. It's what Evil Within wishes it was.
Any clue what was waiting for us in there? I would have just kept on driving.
This looks like the opening to Control, which is weird. Okay, this looks like a proper horror game, is what this looks like. Love me an ominous hallway. Ominous green hallway. Sweet. Oh, so it's coming out soon. Oh yeah, I believe that's coming out on October 4th, so in like a week and a half. Which is pretty damn sick. I will say, it was really funny watching people like get really pissed off about the state of play because it was just like spooky games. And they're like not interested in it, and it's like, hey gamers, guess what? Not every fucking video game has to be for specifically you. Sometimes games are for other people. And like, it's coming up on October. Of course they're gonna be doing the spooky games. It's the time of year it is. Like, fucking Jesus, chill out. Oh, I got my spine. But yeah, I'm really excited for horror games. I'm definitely gonna try and play, especially through October. My plan is to play a couple. No Silk Song, so Showcase bad. The /J is doing a lot of work there, but also like, you knew what you were getting into when you pulled your clown makeup out. But yeah, not every game needs to be for you. Like, I sat through how many years of drab brown and gray knee-high wall first-person shooters that I cared nothing about? Other people seem to like them. It doesn't all need to be for me. Or there's like this huge fucking discourse on Twitter because, oh no, the new Dragon Age game character creator lets you have top surgery scars, and oh no. It's like, it's an option. You don't have to click it. Like, and people being like, oh, it's promoting mutilation and mental illness. Okay, but like, suck my dick? Speaking of games and Sony, they ported God of War to PC. They didn't change the controls. So the tutorial still says light push to trot, fully push to run for WASD. Yeah, that's not how keyboards work. I guess they're assuming that you're gonna use a controller for it. But yeah, they should adjust things if they're gonna port a game. That's not how things work. But yeah, no, people were like super fucking mad about there being top surgery scars. Some people were just being straight up transphobic, where I'm like, fucking, if you think top surgery is mutilation, but like other surgery scars are normal and fine, then you're an idiot. But there were some people being like, I don't understand, like, why would you want top surgery scars? Wouldn't you want to just play as like a man then? And it's like this like weird idea that all trans people are binary, first of all, and want to fully pass as cis, that we're like ashamed of being trans. And it's like, I'm sure some want to be fully passing and then like just be a guy. I'm sure that's a thing. But there are also trans people who are like, you know, I mean, I'm non-binary, but like, I'm actually kind of chill with people knowing I'm trans. Like, I'm non-binary. That actually helps. I'm proud of my scars. They represent me making myself into the person I want to be. Like, I'm not ashamed of them. And then other people being weird of like, oh, well, it's immersion breaking because in that world you just use magic to do it. I'm like, or you do surgery and use magic to heal it. I don't fucking know. Fuck off. Who cares? People have other cosmetic scars in those games. And there's trans characters in previous games. It's Dragon Age. It's gay. Cope. The biggest crime for that character creator is you can't give your PC a big booty or big tibbies. Yeah, that is true. That like the body types are really limited. I will say definitely it's a little easier to just put like a texture on an existing character. Like top surgery scars are just a texture. Same with they added vitiligo, which again is mostly just a texture thing, and people are being weird about that too. I'm like, bruh. But like making big booty, big titties, you then have to adjust all of the clothing options, and like the model has to change, which I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. Like fucking Saints Row exists. Like I've played a lot of character creators where you can make your character look fucking wild. You can do that. But like making people all a very specific body type is self like a problem, right? Like bigger people exist, people with big butts exist, people with big tits exist. Like I only have one of those things, but yeah, like if you want people to be able to make themselves in a character creator, then you need to have more options than just fucking plywood and plywood with top surgery scars and plywood with like, oh, a little bit. More options aren't bad, but if you're gonna push that feature, make sure it's a full feature, not just a twink adjuster. Look, Steffi, twink adjuster is just, that has to be someone's Twitter handle, is what that has to be. That is too funny. The fuck? Why are you like this? Oh man. That's what we should just start, like, fucking anyone who's with me is a twink adjuster. No, that's my chiropractor if I had one still. My massage therapist is a twink adjuster. Someone's gotta adjust my twink. Fucking Christ, now all my brain is just like fixated on that phrase. Why is my brain like this? Also, it sucks because like all of the news of the last week has sucked balls, and I don't know how to pivot from twink adjuster to like genocide. Like I don't know how we make that switch. But I'll figure it out. Let me look at some tabs. Oh my god, my fucking leg. It's so heavy. It's not someone's Twitter handle yet. It sure as hell will be once I'm allowed back in. Oh my god. Please take it. It's yours. It's really funny. Oh, I guess this is a lighthearted way to pivot into this topic. So Springfield, Ohio has been in the news since the last time I was on stream. So Springfield residents are packing Haitian restaurants to show support. This is what we want to see, right? I'll get into the context of why this is necessary, but support your neighbors, especially neighbors who are facing hatred and bigotry. Like, you know, support is good. Like, this is how we should be reacting when someone's being a fascist piece of shit, is counter it with love and support. Because that's the thing they don't want. You being toxic and fighting back, like there's a place for that, but like they want you to fight. They want you to be angry. If you just are like, well, fuck that shit. No, this is my friend. They hate that. They hate solidarity. The thing the fascists hate the most is like a good old solidarity. So what the fuck happened? I guess I covered this a little bit. But it's been a whole thing. So first of all, where the rumor started was a mistake. It's not a real thing. Here, let me quickly pause the music so you can actually hear what the fuck this is saying. But yeah.
NBC News has now spoken to a woman. Her name is Erica Lee, and she's the woman behind one of those viral posts claiming that her neighbor's cat was kidnapped and saying that it may have been at the hands of Haitian neighbors. She tells us at NBC News she has now deleted the post, that it was wrong, that she misinterpreted a neighbor's story. She just texted me, quote, "I messed up royally," and she said she never meant to cause so much hate against this one group of people. So, Alex, again, the frustration here mounting, the chaos mounting, and we're just kind of here on the ground seeing where this goes from here.
It is so disturbing that people are making bomb threats against schools, against a hospital on a Saturday morning. It's just nuts. But let me ask you quickly with regard to the Haitian immigrants. Yeah, 100%. The Haitian immigrants, are they fearful at all for retribution, for people coming at them for these falsehoods?
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. We had our team here earlier this week, and they told us point blank they fear for their lives. And we should note a lot of them don't want to go on camera. We've had really one kind of representative of the community speak to us about that point. That's why you haven't seen a lot of people speaking out, because they are fearful. One family telling a local paper that they woke up one morning to a window broken and acid thrown on their car. So make no mistake about it. They are fearful. They say the violence is real. And a lot of them are afraid to speak out. So we're hearing those stories as best we can.
And a thing to note is throwing acid is like a very specific thing to do. Like there is like a racial history of throwing acid at people. So like that's not just happening for no reason. And again, this is like the sort of thing why you have to be careful about the sorts of things you say, because they can get misinterpreted and misused when you start blaming one group for something that can go widely out of control really quickly. But kudos to her for, like, at least recognizing that that was a mistake and not doubling down on it and turning back. Like, kudos to her for, like, going, oh shit, no, this is wrong. So, like, I appreciate that. But yeah, we just have to be, like, careful to not, you know, be a little bit more careful about the things we say about minority people and the kind of, like, wild rumors that we share. Sometimes inside thoughts. Sometimes things don't need to go on the internet. Things don't need to go on Facebook. Sometimes you just have an inside thought and you think about it for a bit and you don't say it publicly.
And as this all plays out.
And again, a lot of these Haitian immigrants have come and they're doing factory working jobs, jobs that weren't able to be filled. They did not have the labor pool to draw to fill those jobs. So that's what they're doing there, folks.
Yeah, and it shouldn't matter if they have a job or not, but, like, they're helping. And they're being still treated like they're a drain on society, even though they're helping, right? Like, they're doing everything right, and they're still facing all this shit because of racist bullshit. And I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so frustrating and unnecessary. Like, it's just so stressful. Like, it's frustrating to me that a group of people doing what the conservatives want people to do, right, is come in legally, pick themselves up by their bootstraps, work hard, contribute to their community, and it's like, well, but they're black, so we didn't mean them, right? Because, like, there's a specific kind of racism that faces, like, the Haitian community specifically, but also a lot of white people aren't going to be able to tell the difference between someone from Haiti and someone from Jamaica, right? They're not going to necessarily be able to pick and choose what kind of black person to be shitty to. They're just going to see a black person and be shitty. Like, this is not how things work. But, like, you know, it's clear that all of their rhetoric is inconsistent. It's only used to police, like, in-group, out-group participation, and then if you're not an in-group, then you can't do anything right. You can't. It doesn't matter if you come in legally. It doesn't matter if you work hard. It doesn't matter if you start your own business. It doesn't matter, like, if you follow all of the fucking stupid rules that they lay out for you. It doesn't matter if you are not a right-wing white Christian. They don't give a fuck about you. And that's probably still, like, not narrow enough. Like, if you're poor, they don't care about you. If they're disabled, they don't care about you. There's nothing you can do right that's gonna make them suddenly be chill with you. Appealing to this sort of power is always, like, a losing game. It never goes anywhere good. I will say this part was really funny to me. The whole, migrants are walking off with the town's geese. That's not... I'm not going to actually play Trump saying it. Just know that he does actually say it. He says they walk off with geese. As a Canadian, let me just tell you, no one's walking off with a live goose. Not a thing. So there is a picture out there of someone walking around with a goose that got hit by a car and they were walking it off the street, which is what you're supposed to do so that scavenger animals don't walk into the road to eat the roadkill and then get also hit by cars. You're supposed to move dead animals out of the road. And with bird flu going around, you absolutely want to make sure that you check to make sure that any wild birds that suddenly die out of nowhere, that you're checking what's up. Normal, right? No one's walking off with geese. And I say this as someone who used to chase geese for fun. I used to like actively chase geese as for fun, for exercise, and because it was fun, right? And I never got attacked by geese. I don't know how. You'd think geese would be annoyed with me if I keep chasing them, but no, I was fine. However, they're birds and they can fly away. Like, trust me when I say, dead sprint, a bird's still gonna just fly away. Because they can run and they can also flap their wings and go faster. Like, it's not really worth the energy. And also geese are really aggressive. No one's walking off with a goose. Not happening. So like, but the thing is, the point of this isn't to even really be believable. The point is, so like the tweet says, like, anyone who believes this lie is in a cult. That's sort of the point, is that if you already believe something as outrageous as migrant community eating pets, which stems from a lot of A, racism, B, like anti-voodoo, like bigotry as well, like you're already kind of off the deep end. But if they can keep convincing you to espouse obviously ridiculous things in public, then you're flagging your participation in the in-group. Think of it as like ideological hazing, where you're saying an embarrassing ass thing in public to demonstrate that you will do anything to be part of this group, right? That's kind of the vibe. It's sort of the same reason why like street preachers exist, right? They're set up to do obviously awful things, to piss people off, to then have a bad experience with people who are in the out group, so that when they return to the in group, they can be love bombed and go, oh, I am only safe in the church. I cannot, like, everyone is outside of my church is like sinful and hateful and mean, and it's a way to increase control over you. So that's sort of what a lot of this is why it's so ridiculous. And then on the off chance that someone like genuinely, like, after a while you repeat a lie often enough, you will believe it, and then it gives like a layer of like acceptability to then the racial violence that follows. It makes it seem like, oh, well, I'm just protecting pets. So it gives you that layer of rhetorical protection. Same thing why, like, just being a blatant transphobe, that's why TERFs don't like being called TERFs. They're like, I'm not transphobic, I'm protecting women. And it's like, you're not, though. Or like gays against groomers. They're not gonna say, you know, gays that hate trans people. They're like, no, we're trying to protect children. They frame it that way on purpose. Hi, honey. Hey. Can I have an ice pack for my knee soon? To be sure I've forgotten, it's warm. But yeah, so this is a problem that existed even before Trump and JD Vance decided to be really shitty. Because of course it did. Of course it did. They were targeted for months before. While Donald Trump made baseless, dangerous claims that immigrants in Ohio were eating people's pets in front of millions of viewers, Johnson Solomon, a Haitian man who moved to Springfield in 2020, was watching cartoons with his kids before putting them to bed. So it's such a false claim. I couldn't believe that a high official could make such a claim. Thanks, honey. My knee is ouchy. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, and prominent Ohio Republicans had already spread the false rumors, lying about how Haitian immigrants had been killing and eating people's pets in Springfield. But the rumors leaving Solomon and other Haitians in fear of being targeted for violence and discrimination didn't start with them. They were initially spread online in August on social platforms used by far-right extremists and a neo-Nazi hate group. Springfield officials and police say they received no credible reports of pets being harmed. Yeah. Some random woman had a mental health issue. I'm not sure, honey. I guess it depends, because, like, if we're meeting here, then we're only Ubering twice, but, like, potentially?
Okay, I also don't know where we're going, so that's why I heard it.
I will text you where we're going, because I don't want to say on
No,
the
that's-
stream
that's
where
fair.
I'm going.
I'm just...
Yeah, I'm going to message you on Discord so you can see. And you can, like, Google it. That hasn't prevented the Republican Party politicians from scapegoating Springfield's Haitian immigrants, as Trump and others attempt to propel immigration to the center of the fall political campaign. Yeah, they came for work. Got them work. We wanted workers and they wanted to work. Oh my good God. Yeah, this is the fucking Goyim Defense League. Love them. They're great. They're not the worst ever. I say with massive sarcasm. They've been hired to clean and package produce and at automotive machining plants due to a labor shortage in the wake of COVID-19. Yeah. The glut of new arrivals has also stretched hospitals and schools in the area, angering many locals who resented their presence. Which, that's not any influx of immigrants to the area is gonna, like, when it's sudden like that, is gonna stretch services a little bit. But the issue is, like, not the immigrants coming there, it's the lack of resources and then the people who are bringing all of these, like, who are hiring this many people and not, you know, supporting the community enough to be able to, like, you know, it's not the immigrants' fault. There was work, they needed work. And, like, yeah, that can stress systems, but, like, investment in the community can fix that. The child's death, which is an accident, fueled anger and racism on Facebook and at Springfield City Commission meetings where public comments about immigration have often run for more than an hour. Locals upset by the growing immigrant community wondered if they were getting taken over, if Springfield had become ground zero for the baseless Great Replacement theory, which is massive racist thing. Soon right-wing extremists seized on Springfield's unrest. Yeah, basically they started flirting with a little bit of white supremacy, and then the actual white supremacists were like, bet. Armed neo-Nazi members of Blood Tribe, a hardcore white supremacist group, flew flags bearing swastikas and marched through a prominent downtown street while the Jazz and Blues Festival was taking place. One witness who declined to be interviewed due to fearing for their safety after being doxxed by right-wing extremists, reported that members of the group pointed guns at cars and told people to go the fuck back to Africa. Which again, these are Haitians. They're not from Africa. They're from the Caribbean. Ocean apart. But like I said, bigots are not very nuanced people. It doesn't really matter. You're black, they're gonna be shitty to you. Oh my god. A Springfield police representative, however, appeared to downplay the scene, telling local media that the hate group's march was just a little peaceful protest. Are you kidding? There's no such thing as peaceful if you have swastikas. What the fuck? Cops are useless. Several days later, a leading member of Blood Tribe, who identified himself as, well, Nate, with that last name, if you switch the consonants around, that's definitely an alias that's, I'm not saying out loud, whose real name is Drake Barentz, spoke at a Springfield City Commission meeting. I've come to bring word of warning. Stop what you're doing before it's too late. Crime and savagery will only increase with every Haitian you bring in. He was promptly kicked out for espousing threatening language. Nonetheless, on Thursday morning, a bomb threat prompted Springfield City Hall, a school, and other government offices to be evacuated. Last year, having turned up to protest a drag storytime event somewhere else in Ohio. Yep. But just like, notice, racist and transphobic and homophobic. It all comes together. Blood Tribe celebrated Donald Trump bringing up the immigrants killing cats lie during the debate, said Maria Bruno of Ohioans Against Extremism, a nonprofit founded last month, in part due to a rising presence of extremists in Ohio. They're thrilled that there are politicians willing to echo their talking points. J.D. Vance has regularly claimed that illegal immigrants are generally causing chaos all across Springfield on the campaign trail in recent weeks. Ohio's Republican Attorney General David Yost says he plans to direct his office to research legal avenues to stop the federal government from sending an unlimited number of migrants to Ohio communities. Again, though, dude, the federal government isn't sending an unlimited amount. It's called your fucking town is dying and there's not enough people to fill, like, positions. So these companies are hiring people. Bruh. The vast majority of Haitians in Springfield are in the U.S. legally through a temporary protected status that's been allocated to them due to the violence and unrest in their home country. It's not a pathway to U.S. citizenship and is only valid for 18 months, at which point it must be renewed. Yeah. They're just here on, like, pseudo-refugee work visas, essentially. Like, bruh. In December, a Springfield man was sentenced to 20 years in federal jail for hate crimes after attacking 8 Haitians earlier in 2023. Last year, the local Haitian church was broken into and damaged twice. Longtime black residents of Springfield have reported being verbally abused when walking on the city streets, having been confused with members of the Haitian community. Yeah, it's, like I said, if you're black, they're not going to know the difference. And also, like, this predates Trump by a mile, but it's a escalation of existing issues. And it's using that to fuel, like, a broader issue. Like, fascists really love to vilify immigrants. the enemy from within that needs to be excised and removed, right? It's definitely taking like an existing issue and fanning the flames to make it worse in order to weaponize it for essentially culture war bullshit. But also then JD Vance also admitted to sort of making it up, which is funny. Here, let me pause the Doom Eternal.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling me that this.
So, his immediate response isn't, yes, I can agree with the facts that it's been looked into more and this isn't real. He's saying, first-hand accounts of my constituents. So, well, the lady who the rumor originated with said it wasn't real. The only people who have since then been repeating that it's real have been those neo-Nazis that we read about 2 seconds ago. Right? So keep in mind when he says constituents, he means the Goyim Defense League. He means Blood Tribe. He means those neo-Nazis. He means like the Great Replacement white supremacists. That's who he's talking about. Because no one else has been saying this is happening. The police aren't saying that there's any evidence of that. There's been no reports of anyone saying their pets are missing.
Happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and
Yes,
the American
'cause you've
media
been making it
ignored
up.
There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it
if
wasn't
I have
just
to
a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the
Create
suffering of the
stories.
American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said
We
that
ought
you're
to be
creating
talking
a
about
story.
public policy.
Sorry, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
You just said that this is a story that you
Yes.
created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not
We are
accurate.
creating. We are. Dana, it comes from firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield
Also,
thanks to
he's saying
Kamala
illegal.
Harris's
They're
policies.
illegal.
Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed.
Also, him pivoting to, no, I'm making it a news story. I'm not making it up. He knows what he said. He's dog whistling. He's using slippery language on purpose. She called him out for it, rightly. She's not holding him as hard as maybe I would have wanted, but there are no actual first-hand accounts of this happening. It's people making shit up. Him saying his constituents, he means white supremacists because they're the only ones who are saying this shit, right? And again, none of these people are illegal immigrants. They're all legal. So again, he's making shit up. He's straight up just lying. And he's doing this for a reason, right? He's not just making up this lie out of nowhere. He's lying about this because he's him saying his constituents, right? He's saying, oh, my constituents, it comes from my constituents. He's dog whistling to his constituents who they are, right? By saying, you're the ones I'm listening to. So it allows him to dog whistle that, but also phrase it in a way that sounds like he's just listening to the American people. But he's also signaling to them that they could, if they make shit up, then he can just say, I'm just repeating what someone said happened. It's a first-hand account, so it means that white supremacists can just make shit up and he'll repeat it. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I didn't make up the story. Someone else did. I'm just amplifying it. I'm just making it newsworthy. I'm just making sure that the media covers it because it's like, I need it to be covered by the news to then be able to propagandize off of it. That's what he's saying. He's not just doing this for no reason. And he's been, again, who were making an issue of this months ago, right? People who were threatening and breaking into that Haitian church, who've been threatening Haitians and other Black community members in Springfield for the last year and a bit. Like, this is all him saying he's been in this, like, trying to talk about this for months. Well, months ago, the people who were talking about it were mostly white supremacists. So what is he flagging when he says that, right? Like, what is he trying to communicate? He's communicating that he's a white supremacist is what he's communicating. So that's fun. That's fun, and I love that. That's a fun thing. That's a fun thing that's happening. And of course, Donald Trump is incapable of condemning anything ever. Do you denounce the bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio? I don't know what happened with bomb threats. I know it's been taken over. So...
Do you denounce the bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio?
I don't know what happened with the bomb threats. I know that it's been taken over by illegal migrants, and that's a terrible thing that happened. Springfield was this beautiful town. So
again, he's lying, right? So him saying he doesn't know anything about bomb threats when it was all over the news. He's like, I'm not going to acknowledge the harm of what I'm saying. I'm just going to keep saying it. And I'm going to pivot back to the thing that I'm saying. He doesn't care about the bomb threats. He doesn't care about the facts. He doesn't care about the fact that it's legal migrants. And again, legal or illegal, it doesn't fucking matter. They're still people. It's not cool to lie about illegal immigrants either. Weird. I don't know. Like, again, what is he... Now, Trump may be a little bit less calculated about this than J.D. Vance because his brain is melting like the wax his face is made out of. But, again, this is, whether he intends it or not, this is, again, a dog whistle to white supremacists that he's going to keep hammering home their points, and he's going to ignore their violence. That it doesn't matter what they do, he's not going to hold them accountable. In fact, he's going to keep pushing this, like, scholastic terrorism of, like, negatively covering a group of people that are already being threatened. Like, he is tacitly, at minimum, approving of increased violence against them. Like, oh, I don't know anything about bomb threats. They're shit, like, they deserve to die. It's like, what do you think that does, right? So, yeah, that's, I guess, a thing to pay attention to. Which is fun and awesome and not horrifying. Oh, and I'm not going to go into this either, but J.D. Vance then started claiming Haitians are spreading HIV because people are like, the pet eating thing doesn't make any fucking sense. claiming that a group of black people are spreading HIV is racist as fuck and unrelated to reality, and painting a marginalized community as diseased and dangerous because it's infectious, and like that's straight out of a fascist playbook. Plus it's also in some ways because of how HIV is associated with queerness is also like there's some shit going on there of painting them as like not real men, and tying Haitians with queerness in a way, which then folds in all of the violence that queer folks have been facing and leveraging that propaganda against this other community as well. But yeah, HIV is a survivable, treatable condition. You can be on medication and be seronegative to where you can't infect anyone else. So yeah, even if a couple Haitian people or people of any community have HIV, they should have access to universal health care so they can get the treatment that they need to live a long, happy, healthy life. And maybe the political party that keeps praising Reagan shouldn't be talking about HIV. Maybe I'm being overly sensitive, but maybe, you know, you keep talking big shit about Reagan, who just let AIDS and HIV rip through communities. Maybe shut the fuck up. I don't know, maybe that's just me. But, you know, that's just how I feel about it, you know? So I'm just trying to organize some tabs. I have too many tabs, and trying to organize them is complicated. Okay. So, okay. So we're gonna cover this too. Because I really want to like hammer home that this is not just like out of nowhere. This is like an established pattern. So racism against Haitians didn't begin in Springfield, Ohio. In the early 19th century, U.S. elites demonized the self-liberated slaves of the Haitian Revolution as dangerous practitioners of barbaric rituals. Today, Republicans rehash similar tropes to justify harsh immigration policy and whip up nativist panic. It's part of a long history of anti-Haitianism across the U.S. and Western Hemisphere. Stretches back to the Haitian Revolution of 1791 to 1804, when Haiti's enslaved population bravely overthrew French colonial rule and declared their independence. It was a monumental victory for the global abolitionist movement, yet this triumph sent shockwaves through American society, striking fear into the hearts of slaveholders and their political allies who wielded considerable influence over the nation's major newspapers. Instead of celebrating Haiti's historic uprising, the U.S. media painted it as a dangerous contagion spreading from the Caribbean, threatening to infect the United States with notions of black rebellion and social upheaval. Haitian leaders like Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and Jean-Pierre Boyer were vilified as threats to the social order, fueling deep-seated racist fears that aimed to preserve the institution of slavery at any cost. During and after, the U.S. press frequently reported on the supposed barbarism and primitiveness of Haiti and its people. Indeed, stories have circulated about Haitians eating animals and practicing cannibalism since the country's founding. These accounts appeared in novels, travel narratives, and newspapers, often linking such practices to voodoo, invoking terms like Cannibal Haiti and Cannibal Republic to discuss the nation. In the 1884 Haiti or the Black Republic, Sir Spencer St. John, a British diplomat, offered sensational accounts of alleged cannibalistic practices in Haiti, mostly based on rumors and hearsay. In a chapter entitled Voodoo Worship and Cannibalism, he writes, "There is no subject of which it is more difficult to treat than voodoo worship and the cannibalism that too often accompanies its rites." Washington, D.C.'s Evening Star reported in 1902, "Voodoo is cannibalism in the second stage. In the first instance, a savage eats human's flesh as an extreme form of triumph over an enemy. The appetite grows until the food is offered to anyone." Stories of cannibalism and animal consumption were also propagated by U.S. presidents during and after the Haitian Revolution. Thomas Jefferson enslaved more than 600 people, was U.S. president during and after the Revolution. He is often cited for disparaging the formerly enslaved people of Haiti as cannibals. Historians argue his racist views influenced his isolationist policy towards Haiti. He cut off aid, isolated Haiti, and refused to recognize Haitian sovereignty. The Jeffersonian Republican Party, as well as the Federalist Party, feared that independent Haiti would stoke black rebellion on U.S. soil. These racist narratives, rooted in anxiety of white elites, helped establish a foundation for anti-Haitianism that continues to rear its head in U.S. politics today. This is just talking about like the accidental school bus accident. Which has then been used to stoke xenophobic fears. The father of the child killed asked not to use his son's name for political gain. It's reprehensible. He was not murdered, he was accidentally killed. Since the onset of the pandemic, Springfield has experienced an influx of Haitian immigrants. Instead of acknowledging the positive contributions, Vance and others have chosen to weaponize resentment against them for political gain. Anti-blackness, specifically anti-Haitianism, shapes U.S. immigration policy, regardless of political party and power. The Biden administration redesignated Haiti for temporary protected status, a form of protection from deportation stripped under the Trump administration, due to the country's escalating crisis. However, shortly afterwards, the Biden administration announced a strategy that resulted in the rapid expulsion of thousands of Haitian migrants arriving at the U.S. border in Del Rio. Many of these migrants were deported back to Haiti or pushed into Mexico without being able to access their lawful right to asylum. The harsh treatment of migrants by Customs and Border Protection, including viral scenes of horse-mounted agents corralling Haitians and appearing to use their reins as a whip, sparked public outrage and highlighted the contradictory nature of U.S. immigration policy towards Haitians. During the 70s, Haitians fleeing authoritarianism were classified as economic immigrants rather than political refugees, making them ineligible for asylum despite the human rights violations they faced. Ronald Reagan authorized the Coast Guard to intercept Haitian migrants at sea and return them without proper screenings. In 91-92, Haitian asylum seekers fleeing persecution were detained at Guantanamo over the course of 6 months. In 92, over 11,000 refugees were held at Guantanamo. A small amount of migrants at Guantanamo tested HIV positive, which resulted in those individuals being indefinitely detained and held to higher standards, and Haitian immigrants in general being stigmatized. Most people held at Guantanamo were deported. In 94, Haitians and Cubans were again held at Guantanamo. Yeah. Since Trump's statements, institutions in Springfield have reported bomb threats. It's a deliberate political strategy by promoting fear and division. Figures like Trump and Vance aim to galvanize their political base. The attacks on Springfield's Haitian community echo broader anti-immigration themes central to Trump's campaign, including a false notion of an invasion of migrants, the idea that immigrants are draining social services. Which they're not. They contribute. They pay taxes like everybody fucking else. From the Haitian Revolution to the present day, anti-Haitianism has been a tool to reinforce racist power structures and undermine movements for racial equality. So, the effect that this anti-Haitian bullshit is having on non-Haitian black people in the community is a feature, not a bug. So they're just human people. I just thought it was important to have that context. Because there was a Project 2025 hearing where they talked about the Haitian revolution.
Where you said, quote, Haiti is so screwed up because it wasn't colonized long enough, end quote. Is that correct? Did you say that?
I'm happy to talk about that all you want.
You did say it, that's
I wrote
right.
It, yes.
You said that. Haiti was colonized as a slave plantation colony. The French colonized Haiti.
Yes.
So that slaves
yes.
would work on plantations.
Yes, it was
the
slavery.
end of colonization in Haiti was so that the people there would no longer be slaves. So what you're saying, and I read your quote, and anybody watching this online should go read it. What you're saying is it would have been good if they'd stayed colonized, which means that it would have been good if they had stayed enslaved by the French.
In the long run, it's one of the
in the long run,
history. No,
people shouldn't have been enslaved a single day. I'm reclaiming my time, Chairman.
And they had every right. They had every right to throw the.
What
French
you said
out.
is that.
So what he's saying here is, again, the underlying thing of what he's trying to say is that if the Haitians had freed themselves after slavery was already on the decline in America, then America wouldn't have so harshly demonized them out of fear of it causing slavery to decline in, like, that entire shit that we just read. He's saying that wouldn't have happened because the timeline would have been flipped around. But the thing is, the thing that happened to the people in Haiti that sucked was not them kicking out their colonizers. It was another colonizing power being fucking awful to them for the next 150 years. Like, it's basically saying they should have been enslaved longer, so then we wouldn't have had to do what we did to them. And it's like, well, but we didn't have to do that, actually. And again, this is coming from people who wrote Project 2025. So he's saying that as a way of... He's saying that in the context of reifying the power of white people to decide whether or not black people should be free. That the Haitians shouldn't have freed themselves because it was inconvenient for white people in power in America. It was inconvenient for them to decide on their own. They shouldn't have done that. They should have waited until white people decided slavery should have been over. And then the horrific treatment that Haiti has gotten ever since wouldn't have happened if they had just let us control when they could and couldn't be free. Which is obviously bullshit. That's like saying, like, well, if you just listened to me and let me decide whether or not you could get you could go out with your friends, then maybe I wouldn't have screamed and abused you. Because, you know, if you just waited an hour until I changed my mind and said you could go, rather than exercising your own autonomy to go and hang out with your friends, and maybe I wouldn't have yelled at you about it. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten so mad. And it's like, that's the language of abuse. That's not how that works.
That you would have wanted them reclaiming my time. I'm talking now.
They would have been freed
you
30
said
years later,
you said,
and they would have been in the same situation.
You were saying you wanted 30 more years of slavery in Haiti, reclaiming my time.
I did
you
not.
just said
I
it.
do not
Honestly,
want that.
it adds up. You said that they would have benefited from the French influence.
In
the
the
French
long
were
run,
the ones
like the people in Martinique and
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. I'd like my time back. Please,
enslaved.
my time. This is my time, Mr. Corkorian.
They are much better off.
Honestly,
now
this
than
all
Haiti
starts
was.
to add up. Before today, I couldn't understand why Trump's Project 2025 could advocate for ending civil rights protections. Why would Trump's Project 2025, I know there's crazy stuff in here, but I couldn't get why it would advocate for ending protections against discrimination. But now I understand. We have Project 2025 board members here who are the directors of groups that the Southern Poverty Law Center has designated as a hate group. We have people that are on the board that developed this who have said, for example, that Haitians would have been better off with more influence from their enslavers.
Yep. So, like, again, like, this isn't being pulled out of nowhere. People that Trump and Vance hang out with are saying this shit out loud. And, like, again, they can try and hide it behind some respectability politics and make it sound nicer, or make it seem like, oh, you know, we just think that maybe that, like, Haiti wouldn't have faced such horrific abuse if they had just waited and let us decide when they could be free. If they had just been more westernized, then maybe they would be okay. But it's paternalistic, it's still controlling, it's still coming from a framework of, like, white people deciding whether or not black people get rights, which, no, that's not how that's supposed to work. How about we don't enslave people? How about you don't get to own a human being? How about if the French thought owning people was okay, then maybe their influence wouldn't have been beneficial. Maybe that's not a role model that I want, you know? I say that speaking in English, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, having influence from a colonizing, enslaving power is not actually a good influence. Unless you think a good influence is influencing them to be more subservient, more accepting of white supremacy, which is what they're talking about, right? Like, they're not actually coming at this from a perspective of that, like, black people are human beings. When they want civil rights ended, it's because they want slavery. And the anti-immigrant stuff doesn't just stop with Haiti either. It comes from everywhere.
They're coming from the Congo, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from all over the world, Asia. A lot of it coming from Asia. And what's happening to our country is we're just destroying the fabric of life in our country, and we're not going to take it any longer, and you got to get rid of these people.
Yeah, the we gotta get rid of these people thing is, that's fascism. And again, notice they're saying all of these countries where people aren't white. Notice they don't bring up people immigrating from Ukraine, Russia, England, anywhere in Europe, because people immigrate from Europe all the time. They're not bringing up Canadians moving to America, which happens a lot for work or whatever other reason. They're not saying they want to mass deport Canadian actors. Taking all the good Deadpool roles. Like, they're not talking about Australians taking all the good Wolverine roles. Like, they're not actually talking about all immigration. They're talking about specifically people of color. And you can tell based on, like, he starts with, they're coming from the Congo. They're coming from Africa. He starts there for a reason. Middle East. He goes there next for a reason. Tax on Asia at the end. Because it occurs to him like, oh yeah, those are people of color we don't want either. But he starts with people, he starts darker and gets lighter. Wonder if you, like, it's a noticeable progression of like dark to lighter skinned people that he starts pointing out. But he doesn't get upset about white people immigrating. Like, you know, his wife, or, I mean, just because I have another tab about Elon Musk open, like, Elon Musk immigrated. He also immigrated from Africa, but he's white, so it doesn't matter. But, like, the thing I'm just trying to, like, stress is that, forcibly removing a bunch of people from a country is violence, right? Like, I'm trying not to just go straight into comparing it to the Holocaust, but, like, think about it for, like, a millisecond. But even from first principles, like, right? Like, these are people who followed the rules, entered the community, and you're just mad because their culture's different. Well, maybe your culture sucks then. Marketplace of ideas. It's losing. Fucking deal with it. But also, like, there was an assumption there that, like, you know, someone's culture in one of these countries is completely incompatible. And it is incompatible with white supremacy, is the thing. If it's destroying the fabric of the country, like, maybe you just need to fucking sow something else. Like, I'm here from Canada. You can have people bring their unique cultural perspectives and still have a strong, thriving culture. In fact, I'd say having a variety of influences makes it, like, it's like genetic diversity. It makes you more resilient. But that's not what white supremacists want. They want control. So, it's just exhausting. It's just exhausting, and I fucking hate it. Hi, No Pass! Welcome on in. I will, in fact, hydrate. Also, I don't even remember if, like, what this was in context to. Hydration is in fact key. But, you know, when they say mass deportations, they mean ethnic cleansing, right? So, when Trump says, I'm bringing up as an example because I like to credit my sources, but this had me, like, thinking, right? Like, when Trump says we need to get them out of our country, and he's bringing up only specific ethnicities, he's not bringing up white immigrants. How are you going to be able to tell if someone's, like, an immigrant or not, right? Like, if you're doing mass deportations because someone's culture is ruining yours, then, like, because it's not white culture, then anyone who doesn't fit your definition of, like, okay, we get rid of anyone who doesn't eat, they eat something more interesting than white Texas toast with fucking Kraft single slices on it. Alright. But that's not just immigrants. That's people who are citizens, who got permanent residence and, like, are now citizens and have children in the country. Are first generation or second generation immigrants gonna get deported too? Like, because again, Vance keeps saying that his constituents are these white supremacists, right? So their concept of what the country is and who counts as the in-group as part of the country anyone who's not that, then once they start deporting people who are, say, illegal immigrants, right? Then they'll get rid of legal migrants that they don't like, and then, right? Like, this doesn't ever stop somewhere great. Because if it was just about, like, illegal immigration is already illegal. But like we saw with the Haitian stuff, like, they don't give people access to seeking asylum, which they are legally supposed to have a right to, right? So that's fun. That's fun and cool and great. I am real. Welcome in, Alice. I'm real, and my knee's fucked up. To the How Am I Alive fucking bank. My knee is fucky wucky. I have my knee brace on though, so that's helping. Let's put this back on my knee because it's sore. Yeah, I dislocated it so badly, I sprained my knee. I sprained my knee like other people sprain their ankles. Because I'm really skilled at things. That knee brace looks sick as hell, honestly. It is so good. It doesn't fit great anymore because my quads have gotten bigger, but it fits better than I thought it was going to because I lost a bit of weight. Very strong cyborg energy. Right? That's actually why I tattooed my left knee with the little cyberpunk biomech thing. Because I had the brace first. Let me see if I can get a little closer to camera. Fuck. But I can at least stand up. So yeah. Carbon fiber. It's got a little hinge in it. It's pretty sick. Okay, I gotta be careful. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have stood up. I also got it signed by my favorite band, and they were like, we have never signed a prosthetic before. I'm like, sick. I actually think I've hydrated too much and I kind of have to pee. So I might do like a quick BRB in a sec. If that's chill, because it's gonna take me a second, and also ads are about to run anyway. So I might just run a longer ad and BRB and then go pee. Because I really need to pee. So I will be right back. am returned. Where are my fucking headphones? I should have maybe put those on before I did that, but that's fine. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. I'm also gonna take this off, actually, because my knee is now starting to hurt from having this pinching me. Because, fun fact, this doesn't fit. It was custom cast to my leg when I was approximately 30 pounds lighter. And I'm glad to be a more healthy weight, but oh my good God. I'm sore. Stretch. I guess I can take the liner off too. Yes, very, very cyberpunk. Actually, one of these days I should read y'all my, like, favorite article about cyborgs. Because disabled people are already cyborgs. That's my knee. And it's very weird because I think of it like it's part, and that, like, my leg's back here, leg. I definitely, like, consider those body parts. So, like, if someone grabs it, it's not like someone taking a thing, it's like assaulting my body. It's very weird. It's hard to explain to people who don't conceive of themselves that way. Oh my God, my toes. Thank you. I'm gonna put a pillow behind my back because I hurt. I hurt a lot. I'm very sleepy. I'm a sleepy sheepy. So I'm just giving my back a break for a quick sec, chat. My back hurts so bad. Cause, like, so the thing is with my knee, right? It hurts, but it suddenly, my other joints didn't suddenly start working, so, like, it's still, like, my ankle will fall out, or my knee will fall out, and it's very annoying. Ugh. I also can't really fix when my ankle goes weird, because, I don't have the ability to move my foot in a way that's helpful. It's very frustrating. Ugh, I'm in so much pain, it's ridiculous. But yeah, I hope you've been doing good, Alice, if you're still here. I at least hope that your knee is doing better than mine. I'm hoping desperately that my knee works later. My knee at any given time is almost certainly doing better than your knee at any given time, but yes, I'm doing fine. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. My knees are not fantastic. That is true. They have definitely been better than this, though, I will say. I've had Much better days. Oh my god, my back. My most recent bout of insomnia has finally cleared up. I fixed the one mistake I made when building my PC. Hell yeah! Insomnia is like the actual worst. I've had insomnia before, pretty severely actually, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Oh, my back. Yeah, no, get it. Yeah, it's the worst. I would rather have this knee pain than insomnia, I will say. As annoying as this is, because I can't really do a lot of my job, like I had to take this week off, which I don't really have that much leeway in my budget to be taking time off, but my schedule is also super packed this month and next month, so I'm like really... Taking a week off is really making the rest of my time more difficult, but I can't control when the knee gods give and take away, you know? I've had recurring bouts of it every so often since getting COVID. Oh, that sucks. My insomnia is usually triggered by depression. So when I get like really depressed, I like stop sleeping. Like if I'm like extremely stressed, I just don't sleep at all, and it's really annoying. I've also had like pain insomnia, which is like its own whole fucking thing. But yeah, I'm gonna eat some lunch. My type is I can fall asleep easily, but I can't sleep any longer than like 5 hours. Oh, man. That's stressful. Like, mine when I had insomnia was like can't get to sleep at all. And then you just like lay there for hours and you're just like, for fuck's sake. And like easily woken up. So I guess once I get to sleep, I can sleep for a while. At least with pain insomnia. With like insomnia I had in high school, I just wasn't sleeping at all. Oh my god, my back hurts. And it's not because I'm streaming on the couch, it's because I haven't been able to really like lay down in any sort of comfortable fashion for the last like 3 days. Because like I can't arrange my knee in a comfortable way at all. Every time I lay down, I'm like, ow. Oh my god. Oh, my back. Yes. It's also hard because I have to be within reach of my laptop. This is when having a wireless mouse would be helpful, but also like my hand doesn't like mouses, so. Weirdly, this folding in half situation I'm doing is like actually not that bad. Leg, stop. No, I'm okay. I appreciate you, honey. Steph was like, I have a mouse. And I'm like, I have to. I mean, not the worst idea, but. Well, then I would need like a mouse pad. Speaking of cyborg, I wish I could fucking move my mouse cursor with my brain. That would be so much easier. So yeah, speaking of Trump, dog whistling white supremacists, I'm talking about ethnic cleansing. last weekend, I guess this was 2 weekends ago. No, 2 weekends ago. Again? Yes. Continually forever. Former President Donald Trump posted another anti-immigrant screed to Truth Social. It would have been unremarkable, at least graded on the Trumpian curve of extreme xenophobia, except for one word. We will return Kamala's illegal migrants to their home countries, also known as remigration, he wrote. Blah, blah, blah. Many people would have glossed over his use of remigration. White nationalists did not. Remigration has a massive conceptual career. Martin Sellner, leader of the Austrian chapter of Generation Identity, a pan-European white supremacist network, tweeted in his native German. Born in France, popularized in German-speaking countries, now the term of the hour from Sweden to the USA. It was a succinct and accurate history from Sellner, a 35-year-old who typically traffics in vicious lies and conspiracy theories, particularly about black and brown people. He has been at the vanguard of pushing remigration, a euphemism for ethnically cleansing non-white people from Western countries, into the popular lexicon in Europe. Now Sellner was seeing his favorite little word, all grown up, moving overseas in service to the 45th President of the United States, who has promised to implement the largest mass deportation of immigrants in U.S. history. It's the latest instance of the GOP's intensifying anti-immigrant rhetoric in the run-up to November's election, underscoring the degree to which one of the two American political parties is sourcing many of its talking points and policy ideas directly from neo-fascists. Yeah, there it be. Trump's rhetoric about remigration has its origins in the international far right. The term remigration was popularized by groups adhering to identitarianism, a pan-European ethno-nationalist movement, as their policy to reverse the so-called Great Replacement. Great Replacement theory is a conspiracy theory which claims that native Europeans are being deliberately replaced through non-European migration while suppressing European birth rates. This theory has inspired numerous terrorist attacks, including Christchurch massacre, where 51 people were killed, as well as attacks in Poway, El Paso, Halle, Buffalo, and Bratislava. But yeah, American politics are a special kind of hell. They really are. But white replacement is also, like, Great Replacement conspiracy theory is also why, well, part of why the right wing is so obsessed with ending abortion, because the idea is that we need more white babies, so white women shouldn't be having abortions. They shouldn't have birth control, they shouldn't have porn, because all copulation should result in a baby. They need more white kids. Is the thing. Oh, when I lean over, I'm not on camera on this camera. There, that's better. But yeah, it's a numbers game for racism. It's like, okay, well, we need to win the demographic war and there be more white people. Because if we have demographic collapse, then we won't be able to as easily wield power. Because you need the votes and stuff, right? Yeah, it's just racism. Like, anything that, like, gives a fuck about racism as a thing beyond, like, if you care about race, the concept, and not racism, the effect that it has on people, then you're, like, fucked. But yeah, essentially, the Great Replacement thinks that whiteness is a real biological concept, which it isn't, and that white people are better. I don't even know what to say to people who think like this. Well, so there's like a point at which that it's, unless you have specific skills, you don't, right? Like, I don't have the skills in de-radicalization in order to effectively talk someone down from this. Like, at one point, is someone beyond saving? It's not even necessarily that they're beyond saving, because there's definitely been people who are straight up, like, white hood wearing racists that have been brought back from that, right? But it just requires a level of patience and emotional compartmentalization that not everyone has, right? Like, I am able to pull people back on certain topics, right? From a certain point. Like when people are not great about, say, transmasculine issues or Satanism, but they're otherwise fairly progressive, I'm usually okay at like having the patience of talking people through like, not evil takes, but bad takes. Which is why I do stuff like this, but I am not skilled in like de-radicalizing people that are this far gone, right? That's like a specific skill set that I don't have. I'm also gonna, I think, adjust the camera so I don't have to keep leaning that way. But let's see. Okay. That was very difficult to do. But yeah, I would just say like, don't feel like you have to do that, but if other people are doing that work, just don't fuck it up. Just get out of their way. Because it's a very unique skill set that not everyone, like I have friends who are good at it and I'm like, I could never. I'm about halfway there, but as soon as it starts harming me, I'm like, no, I can't anymore. I'm better at taking people who are already like at the standard level or above and like adding nuance. That's usually where my skill set is at. But I mean, I can handle people saying like anti-satanic or transphobic things to me as long as it's like coming from a place of ignorance rather than hatred. I can't really deal with the hatred stuff. But yeah. Pat Buchanan, one-time presidential hopeful and former aide to Nixon, used the term remigration to whitewash his own call for ethnic cleansing as early as 2006. But the term's journey into the Trump campaign's vernacular most likely got its start in November 2014 when 500 far-right activists gathered in Paris. But yeah, this is basically just like going over how that term like got from right-wing Europeans to Trump. I have no idea how people can understand what goes on inside their minds. It takes a lot of like stepping out of your own ideas and seeing things from another perspective, and it's to a level that's like really difficult. I don't think I necessarily want to go through this like whole article of all of this hateful bullshit, but just know that Trump is advocating for ethnic cleansing using white supremacist terms. I think that's mainly what I wanted to cover from this. But I will cover this bit though. And no one was surprised yet. The term made an appearance in Canada too, where far-right fight club called Phalange, named for the fascist group that served under the Spanish general Francisco Franco during the Spanish Civil War, put signs with the word remigration across Quebec City. So I just want to cover it's here too. But yeah, to really de-radicalize people, you have to like sort of see how they got to where they are. Which you need to not just understand like, okay, that they're wrong, but understand like the motivations to how they got there. Like, I guess in a slightly more easy to understand way, right? Like, when people say things to me that are like technically kind of transphobic, especially to me as a transmasculine person, when someone's like, I hate all men, because men are traumatizing, therefore you choose to be a man, therefore you're a gender traitor, and etc, etc, etc. And it goes down that like that weird path of treating transmasculine people like they're politically and power level comparative to cis men, which we're not. But I can see how someone could get there, right? Like, I can get how someone goes from being harmed by cis men, not being able to really capture the nuance between a cis man and trans man, being like, okay, well, but trans men are men. Yes, but still it is slightly, like that nuance of trans men are men, but not like cis men, but kind of, there's a nuance there that's kind of hard to grasp. That I can see how people who are just like, fuck men have harmed me so much, I don't want anything to do with them, that are reacting out of trauma, how they can end up saying things that are transphobic. Same thing of like saying shitty things about trans women of, oh, you used to be men and therefore like you're of this group that used to harm me. I can see how people get there, even if I don't know how to get them back once they're past a certain point. Like, I couldn't de-radicalize J.K. Rowling, but for people who don't want to be transphobic and are willing to like engage in the work, like I've had people say like transphobic shit to me, and it's like we've worked through those steps backwards and been like, okay, this is coming out of a trauma response. Work on the trauma response and the rest of the shit will go away. I don't know if that makes sense. Or like, people will have, in my industry, right, they'll have a no black, no brown rule where they won't see black or brown clients. And I do understand how that happens. That's not coming from like, I mean, it is racist, but how it's not coming from just plain racist hatred, that it's coming out of trauma. So like, there was one time I was assaulted by a person of color. And my reaction to that through just trauma, this is not anything I consciously decided to do, that like immediately any human being I didn't know coming near me made me have a panic attack. I was terrified of everybody. Then it was just all men. Any man who like even looked at me, I'd fucking lose my mind. Because I was coming off of an immediate trauma. I had PTSD. My brain was associating men with danger. And then I kind of habituated to at least being around my male friends, and then being a little bit more okay with male strangers, and then it was only men of the same race of the person who attacked me that were still triggering me. It's like, you know, you get bit by a snake and then you're like, all snakes are dangerous. Or whatever. Like, it comes out of a trauma response, right? Like, intellectually, I knew that all people of that background were not responsible for the thing this one human being did to me. But my little reptile brain went, okay, but the last time the bushes rustled like that, we got hurt. So now I'm scared of all of the bushes. Even though, you know, a fucking rose bush is not responsible for the one time I got caught in some thorns, right? Like it's not that anyone else's fault other than the person who hurt me. So it took actual mental work to push through that and be like, no, I'm going to make sure that I have good interactions with people of that background to retrain my brain that it's not those people, it's that guy that's the problem. And like, do I have negative reactions to people of that background now? Absolutely not. No reaction at all. People can even kind of look like that dude and I don't have a reaction. The dude himself, I do freak out if I see pictures of him. I'm like, ugh. But the generalized trauma is gone. But I think because I've been through that process that I understand that if you, don't have a foundation of understanding that that's irrational to start with, I can see how you just sit in that. Like if I hadn't started with some anti-racism work under my belt before that happened, I don't know if I would have. I can see how people wouldn't necessarily immediately go like, oh, no, it was that one person, not this group. I can see how people would go like, oh no, someone like that, like you generalize that whole group and you haven't deconstructed that generalization, you wouldn't necessarily know to do that. So that's kind of where, like, that I can at least get to the point of like, I can understand how people get there. And now the de-radicalization is understanding enough on how to unravel how people think, and get them backwards to do that work. I'm pretty good at people who were where I was, who had done some anti-racism work and then had a trauma and just need some like support while they do that work to go backwards and like untangle all of that. I can do that because I have that like understanding of how they got there, which is work that not everybody can or should need to do. I especially wouldn't expect someone of a racial minority to have to sit there and do that work necessarily themselves if it's causing them harm. But I at least understand how they get there. I am not good if they haven't done, if they're like, don't even have the understanding of that, like, it's not that group's fault for one individual's bad behavior. If they can't get through that step is a step I can't really break down for people that well. When they're already in the midst of trauma and like, there's so much shit going, like, I don't know how to do that. But I do tend to ask the question of, is like, okay, but like, when you get assaulted by a white man, do you react like that? Right? And if you don't, it's because you already understand that because one white man assaulted you doesn't mean all white men are going to. Because you already have that background of being exposed to so many white people, or like thinking of white as default, that you don't think of it as a group. That's just normal. Right? So I do tend to bring that up when people are like, oh, but, you know, or when people are like, oh, I have trauma from men. I'm like, well, but I've been abused by women and also other non-binary people. Like, cis men are not uniquely abusive. They just get away with it in a sort of systemic way. But like, I don't know. I would say I don't think anyone is beyond saving who is open to listening. As long as someone's engaging in the conversation, then there's an opening. It's just, it might be that, you know, they need a neurosurgeon and not first aid. And we're only good at first aid, so we're not the person who can help them, right? But yeah. But I guess that's sort of where I'm at on that. I hope any of that made any fucking sense. I'm sure some of it did. It probably did. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Let me see. Gotta do things. Okay, I appreciate the stopping by. Enjoy your lurk. Doing things is the great crime against humanity. God, my body hurts so bad. I guess the other thing I wanted to cover today is the situation in Lebanon, I guess. Obviously Israel has been doing war crimes in Gaza. That's not like up for debate. Well, I guess you can debate by saying it's not actually a war. So they're not war crimes, they're just crimes against humanity. But they're doing horrific things in Gaza. Well, over the last week, they have started doing more horrific things. Obviously it's Twitch. I'm not going to share anything that's like TOS violation or particularly graphic, but so there was the first thing I'm trying to find, it's hard to find like reasonable headlines about this. But let's just start with, okay, so with the timeline, there was, God, I can't remember what fucking day it was. But there was a attack where Israel set off a bunch of explosives in pagers, targeting Hezbollah. But I'm going to start this with, all right? Every time Israel has bombed residential areas in Gaza, has bombed hospitals in Gaza, they've claimed it's Hamas, or Hamas are hiding tunnels there, or whatever the fuck it is, right? Every time they kill someone, they retroactively say, oh, it was a terrorist organization, so we're justified. They might have been civilians, but they were linked to terror, so it's fine. That's actually not how things work. Now, I'm old as balls, but when the war on terror was happening and the US invaded Iraq, right? And was also in Afghanistan. You can't just bomb civilians because the Taliban or Al-Qaeda might be around. The thing about human shields is, first of all, are they using human shields, or are you just bombing indiscriminately and then claiming that after the fact? But secondly, like, if someone was using another person as a human shield, they're doing that because you're not supposed to shoot them. Like, if there's a hostage situation, and someone was holding a hostage and being like, oh, human shield. And the cops aren't allowed to just fucking shoot that person and be like, oh, well, they were being as a human shield, so. It's like, you're supposed to de-escalate. But they were saying, like, okay, they were targeting Hezbollah, so they were distributed these pagers to Hezbollah. But first of all, that's not how technology works. You cannot control that they didn't lend it to someone, that they didn't sell it secondhand, or that whatever distributor didn't sell extras to other groups. And you're setting off these explosives, right? All at once. You don't know where someone is. Someone could be, and I've seen, I'm not showing this on stream, but I've seen them go off while someone's standing in line at a grocery store next to children. People have had them go off while they were driving in traffic. Like, even if you could guarantee that the only people holding the pagers were terrorists, which you can't, then you still can't control that they are not next to someone. And also, you're not allowed to, when people are not engaged in combat, you're not allowed to just bomb them. Like, fun fact, if, say, an IOF soldier from Israel was in the hospital, yes, they're a member of the military, and therefore military targets are valid. You can't bomb the hospital. You can't even targetedly assassinate the dude in the hospital. You're not allowed to interrupt with hospitals. And the shifting of the Overton window to it's okay to engage targets while they're just going about their day, that's fully America's fault. America's been doing that for ages. It's just like randomly bombing people while they're in their homes, at markets, shit like that. So, but also, pagers are used by healthcare workers, and people keep going like, oh, well, Who uses a pager in this day and age? Well, you're not supposed to use cell phones. In hospitals, a lot of hospitals don't have great cell coverage. A lot of people still use pagers because they're low tech and much more likely to work in a hospital setting. Like, hospital workers in the West also use pagers. And people retroactively being like, oh, well, if they had a pager, then they must have gotten it from Hezbollah. It's like, no. State propaganda might say that, but there's no evidence of that. But there were healthcare workers who died. There were children who died. It was like thousands injured, like 9 killed, I think, the first day, if not more. And then the very next day, after people were like, okay, we can't use pagers, then detonated walkie-talkies, which are also used by first responders. Apparently also some solar panels, and cell phones and things, which, like, you know, residential neighborhoods, like, this is residential, right? This is, people are just living here. So just random fucking bombs going off. So this is terrorism. You've got civilians scared to use cell phones, scared to contact people. Which means, like, less capability to document what's happening and do what the people in Palestine have been doing and keeping people in the West informed to be able to, like, boycott and stuff. And it's been really frustrating to me to see people being like, oh, you can, like, this is a targeted, precise attack. I'm like, it's not targeted. It's not precise. They're fucking bombs. It's unacceptable to be doing shit like that. And then the day after that, they, like, bombed an apartment building to kill one dude. Which killed a bunch more people and injured others, including children. And in the meantime, they're, like, telling people to flee Lebanon or flee Beirut, and then bombing the routes they're going down. They're doing all the same shit they did in Gaza. And, like, and it's not lost on me that they keep fucking terrorizing their neighbors. Also, I did want to cover this aspect of it. Let's use the Overton window to discuss how pagers as booby traps is really bad for humanity and how journalists are already failing at this basic test of ethics and morality. It's developed to address what topics can be debated or not in news media. For instance, in my lifetime and career, gay rights have gone from being too taboo to write about in almost any mainstream media. Now being explicitly anti-gay isn't much allowed in mainstream media, though notably being explicitly anti-transgender is still on the window. Our souls take a hit when bad shit comes into the Overton window. We've seen this happen again and again in Palestine. Or what Anthony Lowenstein calls the Palestinian laboratory, bombing hospitals, murdering journalists, blowing up babies, it's all become debatable. Bombing hospitals, one, in theory at least, anathema is something to discuss openly, has become debatable. This is terrible consequences for notions of public health and the right to receive medical care in wartime under the Geneva Conventions. So, like, it used to be, like, that's why it's a Geneva Convention violation to use the Red Cross in art or fashion. Because you're diluting the symbol. You're not allowed to, in wartime, ever attack a medic. Medics are supposed to be no-go zones. You're not allowed to target hospitals because people have a right to medical care. In fact, a soldier should be able to go into the hospitals of the country they're attacking and receive medical care. Because you're not supposed to target civilians, so they're not a threat to anybody. You're also not supposed to shoot people when they're going to get their wounded. Like, you're supposed to let people receive medical care during war. So the shit that happened in Gaza with them, like, bombing hospitals and being like, oh, well, but Hamas. It's like, I don't care if Hamas is in there. They receive medical care too. And now booby traps. The idea that household electronics like cell phones, pagers, or radios can be turned en masse into booby trap bombs has entered the Overton window. This concept will be debated in the pages of the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Atlantic, and of course on here. But here's the thing. Whether that debate reaffirms the Geneva Convention's prohibition against booby traps, unlikely, or not, we have already lost. Humanity has already lost. Our soul has taken a hit just by dint of the Overton window opening up to this debate. We have now left a world where the Overton window did not allow for booby-trapped cell phones. Hardly anyone but sci-fi writers had even thought of such a thing. Now it's on the table. Now having seen the US, Israel, UK, and EU just ignore the UN, ICC, and ICJ, we're now seeing these rogue nations and entities ignore the prohibition of booby traps. US, Israel did not just maim, ruin, or end thousands of lives in Lebanon over the last 24 hours. They blew open the Overton window into a dangerous, brave new world. So rather than booby traps being a non-starter, we will see think pieces asking what kind of PED bombs are okay, when they can be used and why, under the assumption that they can, and if to prevent terrorism should or must be used. It's ugly and dangerous. It's depraved and depressing, demoralizing and grotesque. It's, and I use this word very sparingly, terrorism. The bombs themselves and the conversation about the bombs are effectively sowing terror into not just the people of Lebanon, but to sow terror into the cell phone using people of the world. Because the idea that your cell phone could be a bomb and the idea that maybe it should be to stop you from being a dissident has now entered the chat. Cell phones as booby traps are no longer unthinkable. And as Lay taught me when Trump was emerging on the national scene as a long shot but firmly inside the Overton window presidential candidate circa 2011, nothing good happens when existentially bad ideas come into the fold. We all lose then. And the thing is, booby-trapped cell phones are a really existentially awful idea. But over the last 11 months, we have had more morally depraved ideas stretching the Overton window ever wider. And each extension has only made the West more coarse, more bellicose, less humane. The same dynamic is at work with the Haitians. When people are asking, are Haitians eating dogs? Do Haitians really bring AIDS into the US? Haitians have already lost. All of us have already lost. Simply by these questions being raised. And while it is important to refute them, I'm writing an essay now about AIDS history to deal with some of this. Our collective soul has taken a hit because the press, Republicans, and Dems have all primed the pump against Haitians and let this become a topic of debate. It's depraved to see the New York Times and others framing the booby trap bombs as a matter of innovation and disruption. Because, yeah, like, mourning, it's like, okay, well, a 9-year-old girl died, so it was somebody. Innovative tactics, though, then it's Israel. The harms are nobody's fault. The success is attributed, right? But just the fact that people's, like, that people that hateful think that their ideas are even acceptable to say out loud is bad. And the fact that the reaction isn't an immediate, universal, what the fuck you, that's unacceptable, never, means that the window shifts. And that's been happening. So like once Israel was allowed to bomb hospitals, well, they were allowed to bomb civilians, then they were allowed to bomb hospitals. Now they're allowed to booby trap people's phones. Like, it's these sorts of reasons why, like, I don't really trust mainstream media with their framing. They might get facts correct, but I question framing a lot, right? Like the second bombing attack in Lebanon with the walkie-talkies and stuff, like, involved people getting hurt at funerals for people killed in the first one. The ways in which the Overton window has been opened in medical debates alone is horrific. Is it okay to bomb hospitals, dress up as patients, go into a hospital and execute patients, blow up nurses' pagers? Rather than a strict adherence to Geneva protections of hospitals, all of this is now debatable. And again, like, when I first started covering stuff, there was, like, people going in as patients into Gaza hospitals, or dressing up as doctors to go kill Hamas in the hospital. You can't do that. When I was a kid during the Gulf War, Desert Storm, smart bombs came into the Overton window. The question shifted from to bomb or not to bomb to we are going to bomb. It's not a question. Will they be smart or dumb bombs? Now we are moving to, of course, there'll be mass bombing of civilians. Pager bombs are better than 5,000-pound bombs. But yeah, the idea that this is even a debate to be had is ridiculous. This is not a debate we should be having at all. This is not a discussion we should be having. In no universe should we be accepting that. I mean, again, like, it is bad that it's entered the Overton window at all, but we have to push back to stop it from going from, like, you can shove it back the other way. You can say, like, no, I'm not debating this. I'm not deciding whether or not, like, bombing hospitals is okay. It's obviously wrong. And we don't need to bomb at all, actually. Ow. But also, this is just the situation. And like people were saying, the situation in Gaza wasn't just going to stay in Gaza. Israel was going to do this to other people. These tactics never just stay isolated. Things always spread. But yeah, this is the same framing Israel has used and the media parrots to justify slaughter in Gaza. Indiscriminate bombing that kills hundreds and injures over 1,000 people in one day is not a targeted attack. Israel isn't striking Hezbollah, they're bombing Lebanon. So like, New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, the BBC, they're all framing this way. And it's why I get most of my news on Gaza from, like, I look for this sort of framing, right? So, like, I found Associated Press to be a little bit better about things. I'm not really a fan of when people frame it this way, right? It's a rhetorical propaganda technique. By saying they're striking Hezbollah, you're already tacitly approving what's happening. You're already saying, like, okay, this is acceptable because they're attacking terrorists. You're taking that framing on purpose. And that's fucking shitty. You shouldn't be doing that. And, like, okay, so we're gonna bomb people's phones. So now people are scared to use their phones, so they're not gonna be recording things. While at the same time, they're closing down Al Jazeera, one of the few on-the-ground accurate reporting about what's happening in Gaza. They're shutting it down for a couple of days.
أيضا
Or for
وليد ما الذي يجري؟
a month and a half.
مساء الخير. في أمر من المحكمة لإغلاق الجزيرة لمدة 45 يوم. بطلب منكم تاخذوا كل الكاميرات وتطلعوا من المكتب.
This is fascism, to have the military come in and shut down journalism.
ممكن أشوفه بس لو سمحت. هذا هو الأمر الذي أحضره لنا الضابط مع هذه القوة العسكرية. القرار يقول بأنه أمر بشأن إغلاق مكتب قناة الجزيرة لمدة 45 يوما، وهذا قرار عسكري صادر من قائد المنطقة الوسطى في الجيش الإسرائيلي، ويأمرنا بأن نغادر حاليا وبشكل فوري هذا المقر وأن نأخذ أغراضنا الشخصية منه والكاميرات.
So like, you know, nothing says we're not doing anything wrong, like shutting down journalism, right? It's the same thing with like police brutality, where there'll be protests and then they attack the fucking journalists. Which again, that's another thing entering the Overton window that never should have, is like attacking press. That's supposed to be against the law. That's supposed to be unacceptable. It's supposed to be unthinkable. But yet we have people attacking the press. And again, America's been doing that themselves. Like, it's hard for the US government to denounce shit like that when they've been doing it. Like, Trump has constantly said, like, oh, the press is the enemy of the people and stuff, right? So, like, it's very difficult to call out colonization when you are still a colonizing, like, force, right? So, like, but it's also frustrating to me when I see people be like, oh, well, criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. I'm like, no, I'm holding a state to the same standard I hold all other states to. I'm not saying anything about Israel that I haven't said about America since I was like 10. I've been very consistent about don't fucking bomb civilians for a very long time. So, and is there anti-Semitism that comes up in these conversations? Sometimes, absolutely, but like acting like holding Israel to the same standard as any other state is suddenly anti-Semitic. Feels like when I had someone once tell me that I was being racist for criticizing the Chinese government for doing things. Sorry, my work's calling me apparently, and I don't know why. 1 moment, please. Sorry, 1 minute. my god, my shoulder hurts so bad. Okay. Hopefully that's chilled out a little bit. But yeah, I'm sick and tired of all of this bullshit. I guess, so pivoting back to the politicians and white supremacy stuff, I don't necessarily want to go through and watch, Justin Trudeau was on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It was kind of awkward, because Stephen is definitely used to guests more relaxed having a conversation, and Trudeau is very clearly like pseudo campaigning, being very politician. It was a little awkward, but you know, the things I will say is Trudeau very, very helpfully did not get into the cats and dogs conversation that Colbert tried to get him into. Had a couple good one-liners. But the thing that's been kind of going around was that Colbert, not by name, but called Pierre Poilievre Canada's Trump. Now, so Pierre Poilievre has also been sort of catering to white supremacy and dog whistling to them. So first there's this, which is that great replacement, great reset conspiracy theory. Oh yeah, the Great Reset, it's the idea that the World Economic Forum is going to like control the world or whatever. It's very anti-Semitic, very weird. But he keeps using a catchphrase from it all of the time. Yeah, this is not real. But Poilievre keeps fucking saying it. This is not a real thing. So Poilievre keeps fucking doing this shit. It's came from a 4chan post that was talking about the New World Order, but it didn't say new. It used a different word that rhymes with new. But yeah, it's viral extremism. So we've got this bullshit. You'll own nothing and be happy. Went viral on 4chan and last week became a Poilievre catchphrase. Can he still say he doesn't know the context?
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre just used one of the most obvious conspiracy theory dog whistles he's used yet. And he did it more than once, so let's talk about it. I subscribe to fundraising emails for the NDP, the Liberals, and the Conservatives, so I can see how they talk directly to their supporters. And the other day, Team Pierre fired out an email to their supporters that will likely only make sense to you if you get your news from Twitter reply guys or InfoWars. It said, "You will own nothing and be happy." Oh, and he also said it in a press conference last week.
You will own nothing and be happy.
If the internet hasn't broken your brain, you might have never heard of this before, so let me explain. It's tied to the Great Reset conspiracy theory. And this phrase is so ubiquitous in the tinfoil hat community that it literally has its own dedicated page on knowyourmeme.com. It first started when a Danish MP wrote an essay for the World Economic Forum making predictions. As she made extremely clear, it wasn't a plan, it was basically just her riffing some ideas of what the future could look like in a blog that's since been taken down. So yeah, a deleted 2016 blog from a Danish MP speculating about the potential future, a totally normal thing for a Canadian politician to be repeatedly opposing today. Unless, of course, he's trying to appeal to people who have totally removed the sentence from its original context and made it into part of a conspiracy theory. But that would be super weird, so I'm sure that's not what he's doing, right? Right? Well, the thing is, this phrase didn't actually see any notable spread online until October 2020, when threads dedicated to the Great Reset cropped up on 4chan, including one of the main
We love
ones,
4chan
the
here.
image, "You'll own nothing and be happy," with the caption, "The Jew World Order Plan for the World by 2030. Context that is published in both a Globe and Mail explainer from 2 years ago and the Know Your Meme explanation page. So if you're planning to drop a new slogan, guys, 1 second of research helps. That's kind of a thing, isn't it? I first reported on Pierre Poilievre's use of conspiracy theory dog whistles in November 2020. That's almost 4 years ago. The Canadian press has also reported on it, and now we're seeing this. You have to wonder, at this point, how many times can he claim not to know the context surrounding the same conspiracy theory that he keeps using slogans for? And if he does know that using these sentences will make the conspiracy theory gang go feral for him, at the cost of further entrenching them in their misinformed beliefs, what does it tell us about Pierre Poilievre that he's going ahead and doing it? What do you think of all this?
Yeah. So like, he's dog whistling to the far right is what he's doing. And like, it's not by accident. This is definitely not by accident. Let me see. There's more stuff on that I wanted to cover real quick. Just fuck, I have too many fucking windows open. Too much. Too much. Yeah. Where is it? Okay. So this is more of that. Oh my god, work, please stop it. One second. Okay. Crisis averted. So, sorry for the delay. I have, like, my boss is away, so I keep having to respond to shit. So he's, like, actually really in bed with the far right. So these are people who are speaking at a fundraising dinner. So these people all suck. I could just be open that all of these people suck. Stephen Harper sucked. For people who are not old enough to remember, he was like very anti-gay marriage, anti-science, anti-journalism. He just had the personality of a fucking Lego man. So he just, also the hair of a Lego man. So he just didn't, but he was like prime minister for like 10 years. It was an awful time to be a marginalized person in Canada. He was anti-climate change, like he was a climate change denialist. Yeah, he was really awful. Danielle Smith is horrific. Preston Manning is awful. So yeah, Pierre Poilievre is headlining a fundraising dinner to place a far-right Alberta magazine publisher's books in schools. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith and former Prime Minister Stephen Harper will join Poilievre in toasting controversial author Ted Byfield. Conservative leader Poilievre is joining an all-star Alberta lineup of speakers for a fundraising dinner to help place controversial far-right magazine book publisher in schools. The Albertans Toasting Ted fundraising event is billed as a gathering of great Alberta families to remember and honor Ted Byfield, a divisive, socially conservative figure in Alberta politics who opposed gay rights and abortion and supported South African apartheid. Fine dining, fun, fellowship, singing, awards, and speeches, a website promoting the event announces, promising it will be an evening like no other. It's raising money to place Byfield's book series about the first 2,000 years of the history of Christianity in school libraries. So already we've got Christian nationalism, right? And he's pro South African apartheid. He's a white supremacist. So Christian nationalist white supremacist trying to fundraise to put his books in Alberta's like public schools. Why do school children need to read about the history of Christianity in their school library from a white supremacist? Byfield is an influential publisher and columnist who passed away in 2021, known for injecting a brand of Alberta-style conservatism into the mainstream Canadian right. Fundraising dinner explains that the school library sponsorship to sponsor a set of these books aims to ensure the book is checked out and read up to 5,000 times. Every time one of these books is read, truth is absorbed and young minds are impacted at their most formative stages of intellectual development. This is propaganda. The website concedes that getting books into schools by no means guarantees, however, that the books will be read, which is why funds will also go towards a program that encourages school staff to champion the books and inspire student readership. This is unacceptable. Byfield's Christian book series is sympathetic to the Crusades and concludes with the September 11th attack. Promotional images on the website of the fundraising dinner headlined by Poilievre include a photo of a plane crashing into the World Trade Center. Great societies collapse when they lose sight of what built them, the image states, showing two school-age children reading Byfield's book. Let's help our young people discover who and what built Western civilization. Yeah, that's, you know, deciding that having a brown people attacking innocent white civilians started a whole essentially modern crusade bullshit thing. Like, oh, who built Western society? We lose our terrorism happens when we're not Christian enough. And it's like, I hate to tell you, that's not why that happened. But sure. By speaking at a fundraising event in Byfield's honor, Poilievre in particular is sending a strong, potentially risky message in order to impress an already solidly conservative voting segment of the country. He is just showing his colors, I suppose, to someone he considers a stalwart to the Western Canada conservative movement. Poilievre's conservative support is very broad right now, but it's only a few millimeters deep. It wouldn't take much for that support to vanish. Brownsy, who teaches political science at Mount Royal University, specializing in Alberta and Canadian politics, says embracing the deeply religious and socially conservative politics of Byfield could be divisive, even among conservative-leaning voters in Alberta and outside the province. We'll be reading some of these links in a sec. Oh my god, I hate pop-ups. They would be considered standard views of maybe 2 generations ago. Preston Manning, who is well into his 80s, would look back fondly on him. Stephen Harper grew up with him. Polyev is playing a really dangerous game and speaking at this event. That just doesn't play well anymore. The book series was a passion project of Byfield in his final decades. Prior to that, Byfield's controversial magazine, The Alberta Report, ran from 73 to 99 and was once successfully taken to court by the Calgary Regional Health Authority for publishing leaked abortion data. Former Premier Jason Kenney was another one of Byfield's admirers. He was influential with a certain group of people, and having Polyev there and Smith indicates who he was influential with. His legacy remains influential in the province through his son. He won a seat on the board of a United Conservative Party. This was achieved at least in part through the efforts of the far-right group Take Back Alberta. The Conservative Party did not respond for a request for comment. So what's this, who is this Byfield guy that Polyev is really into right now? He sucks. He was responsible for emboldening the most racist and anti-worker elements of the right. The grand old man of Canadian conservative movement, Byfield made the case in the pages of his magazine for a new, more aggressive party of the right. At the time, he may not have been widely read, but those who did read his paper had access to money and power. The seldom mentioned wealthy backers of the Reform Party, the largest component part of today's Conservative Party of Canada, were only too happy to use Byfield to help mobilize a constituency of angry, zealous, and unhinged. Then, as often happens, the backers lost control. Reactionary militants like Byfield can't be accommodated in the straight-laced halls of power and end up cast aside when they're of no further use. Through the 70s, rivalries between the resource-intensive economies of Canada's western provinces and the power brokers of the industrial east intensified. For years, Byfield eagerly stumped for right-wing ideas, publishing oil bosses' demands for tax cuts. He doubled down on the distinctness of Western Canada conservatism and demanded a new right-wing party to oust the insufficiently conservative Tories. Manning attached a copy of the magazine to a memo which is addressed to a bunch of fucking people. Proposed a Western reform movement. Then they founded the Reform Party. And they were relying on Byfield's magazines to disseminate their message. They started the report in 79. After his religious conversion through the 80s, his magazines combined faith columns, tabloid news coverage, and his own letters. Much like the right at the time, the report argued that youth crime was a legacy of the 60s, now yielding their bitter fruits, and that corporal punishment would solve all matter of social ills. And that Alberta's teacher unions needed to be destroyed. So, like, pro-beating children. Cool. Took special offense at federal beef and oil regulations, called for privatization of schools and most state-run services. He applauded scabs who undermined UFCW striking. Unions are very self-serving. In Taiwan, workers get $300 a month for the same job. However, it's not for the standard right-wing fare that the report is typically remembered. Its legacy in public record stems largely from an infamous court case. In 1999, the Calgary Regional Health Authority won a court case preserving the private, confidential nature of patients' health documents against the Alberta report. According to the Journal of Canadian Medical Association, a group of angry pro-life nurses leaked pregnancy termination information to the report. This breaching patient privacy provided the ground for several report articles that accused one doctor of culpable homicide. Healthcare workers, the journal noted, feared for their safety. In 1984, a court ruling empowering women to access abortion services without a man's permission was described by Byfield as a judicial decision that takes us back to the pre-barbarian era. Elsewhere, the magazine likened prairie-wide abortion services to a slightly smaller Holocaust. It was no kinder to the gay community, which it labeled militant homosexuals. As a militant transsexual, I mean, it's same fucking rhetoric. It claimed that gay men wanted to adopt children only because their lifestyle constantly brings them in contact with death. If they're going to reproduce, they have to do it politically, basically by taking over other people's children. Manning himself, the Reform Party leader, would later remark publicly that homosexuality is destructive to the individual and in the long run society. Keep in mind, Preston Manning is also speaking at that fundraiser, right? Not to be outdone in Byfield writing about Holocaust denier, charged under hate crime legislation promoting anti-Semitism, penned a disturbingly sympathetic column. In it, he lamented, "We are now determined to be a loving, merciful, infinitely tolerant province, and so anyone who acts otherwise will be thrashed until he screams for mercy." Oh yeah, the fucking tolerance paradox. It's called, if you don't abide by the social contract, you're no longer protected by its terms. Get fucked, dude. Throughout the 80s, Byfield was a regular speaker at the Reform Party conferences. The party's fiscal philosophy, mandatory balanced budgets, was drafted and signed by his son and eagerly adopted. Reform's 1988 platform and statement of principles was as ideological as the report. It proposed mass privatization, a flat tax, ending oil price controls, scrapping closed shop protections for unions, and even abolishing minimum wage. Along with tough on crime measures, it warned that immigration must not be designed to radically or suddenly alter the ethnic makeup of Canada, as it increasingly seems to be. So, like, pre-Great Replacement conspiracy theories, Great Replacement. And this is who Polyev is, like, dog whistling that he's aligned with, is this shit. Along with, you know, his using of the, like, you will own nothing, be happy, like, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. These are the people that he's, like, keeps dog whistling that he's interested in. And this is, like, not Heritage Foundation level organized, but of the same ilk. Manning, for his part, promoted regressive anti-worker policies as crucial to building a new Canada, where profits should still be guaranteed. He was bailed out. When the Tories collapsed in the 1993 election, Reform emerged as the largest right-wing party. And then it was forced to sound down its rough edges. Yeah. So, when asked about the presence of racist, conspiracy theorists, and hate mongers in his party, Manning was fond of saying, "If you turn on a light, you're going to attract bugs." However, the bugs were increasingly a liability rather than just embarrassment. So that's the thing, is you use the hate to build your movement, but as long as the Overton window doesn't accept them, you deny them. But they're still your base. The right is always in a somewhat uncomfortable alliance with extremely wealthy, the hateful, and the deranged. True. And I mean, extremely wealthy, hateful, and deranged just describes Donald Trump, so, though the wealthy part might be debatable. Other elements of the establishment evinced a growing fondness for reform. But yeah. But yeah, they're just... It's super duper racist. Heading the 97 election, another controversy erupted within the party, looking to reach out to communities beyond its all-white caucus. Several reformer MPs endorsed the candidacy of former Liberal staffer Raheem Jaffer for Edmonton Strathcona. Jaffer's opponents railed against him on the grounds that he had, as one reform activist quoted in the report puts it, foreign diseases and off-color skin. So racist. After the 97 election, the report became even more ideological. One article on the forced sterilization of Indigenous women ran with the headline, "Cashing in on victimhood," and another column, Link Byfield, warned his readers that where we have minorities which are not yet numerous and concentrated, we should not help them become so. as we are doing with our Indians. Nothing can come of it but trouble sooner or later. Soon after, a column titled "To the Re-Education Camp Go" offered a defense of French far-right leader Jean-Marie Le Pen from charges of anti-Semitism on the grounds that he supported Israel's military campaigns in the occupied territories. So, you know, not anti-Semitic if you support Israel being shitty. Oh, we're reading happy things. Welcome, insult. Yes, we are. We've gone from talking about racism against Haitians to Lebanon to Pierre Poilievre dog whistling to the right in much the same way that Trump and Vance do. So this is on Ted Byfield, who is a piece of shit, who helped found the Reform Party. He was the Reform Party propagandist. Joyous, yeah. So Pierre Poilievre is speaking at a fundraising dinner, trying to get this asshat's books in Alberta schools. Books about the 2,000 years of Christian history that say good things about the Crusades and tries to blame 9/11 on us being not Christian enough. Cool beans. Israel always acts in its own interest. One can quibble perhaps with its methods, but not with its intent. Western governments, on the other hand, act without exception to eradicate their nations. In Canada, we are so frightened of the xenophiles that opposition to this eradication is expressed only fitfully and incoherently. Subsequently, a column titled "The West is Best" was even more explicit in improving the ground for future great replacement theorists. So again, Poilievre is hanging out with people who say the shit that Donald Trump is saying. The real nature of multiculturalism is European genocide. Canada simply does not exist as a cultural, economic, political, or philosophical entity. It will disappear in 20 years. White supremacist identity politics on display here, while being undoubtedly hateful, was not without precedent. Oh yeah. Used the same language in the 80s to defend white minority rule in South Africa. South Africa should think twice before allowing majority rule because most black African countries live under tyranny. They were ardent defenders of apartheid. Demanding restrictions on non-white immigration, wrote that the nation has a right to defend itself against demographic capture, or if you prefer, against passive racial or cultural takeover. And then, you know, started fucking dying. Byfield returned to more personal pursuits, penning multi-part histories of Alberta and the Crusades, celebrating the latter with Islamophobia, bashing gay-straight alliances, calling them sex clubs. Spectre of Muslim-run child sex rings, so like Pizzagate. Byfield's story is a reminder that the right can't ride to power without a mobilized base. Paradoxically, however, that base needs to be mobilized, largely against its own self-interest. The right is always in an uncomfortable alliance with extremely wealthy, hateful, and deranged. Occasionally, this conservative base is checked by its savvier political operatives like Manning. When this happens, real ideologues like Byfield find themselves at arm's length from power and influence, but they're never entirely pushed to the fringes. The right's base of fundamentalists and zealots inevitably becomes a threat to the working class, both inside and outside of its ideological precincts. The case of Byfield shows how useful radical right positions are to the advancement of establishment conservatism, even if they need to be abandoned at wine and cheese functions. The fringe right is not a bug, it's a feature of conservative parties and the right more broadly. So, essentially, the Poilievres and the Trumps and the Vances of the world, well, Trump's not smart enough to do this, but, you know, a savvy politician will dog whistle to this stuff and then we'll play dumb in the more general public, using like slippery language and stuff to try and do their best to play both sides of that coin. So that's why you get, like, Polyev will subtly throw out these white supremacist talking points and hang out with white supremacists like Diagolon. But when push comes to shove, he'll say like, oh, I didn't know what they were. I didn't know this. I didn't know. He'll play dumb. Or something like that. Or like with the Republicans, they'll you know, dog whistle to white supremacists and then go, we don't know what Project 2025 is. Even though all of our old administration wrote it, we don't know what it is. That has nothing to do with us. And again, the savvy ones will play dumb or give themselves plausible deniability, but that's not actual deniability. It's just it's the same thing that like Israel does, where it'll be like, oh well, you know, we're not killing civilians, we're killing Hamas, we're killing Hezbollah. They'll give themselves that rhetorical armor in order to do horrific things, and you need to not fall for that. When someone, I think it's like a Mott and Bailey. Let me see if I can find a article on that. So yeah, the Mott and Bailey fallacy is a form of argument and an informal fallacy where an arguer conflates two positions that share similarities, one modest and easy to defend, and one more controversial and harder to defend. The arguer advances the controversial opinion, but when challenged, insists that only the more modest position is being advanced. Upon retreating to the Mott, the arguer can claim that Bailey has not been refuted because the critic refused to attack the Mott, or that the critic is unreasonable by equating attack on the Bailey with an attack on the Mott. So it's basically like, you know, they'll say white supremacist stuff, and when you call them on it, they'll be like, well, I was just saying that we shouldn't have, like, illegal immigrants. I'm like, well, no, you claimed that these legal migrants were eating pets. I never claimed that. And also, like, there's my constituents who keep telling me that they have firsthand accounts. So, like, they back up. But yeah, I'm not going to read through all this, but this is also, like, this is from Ted Byfield's thing. The real dangers of it's sex clubs. They're talking about gay straight alliances. And he's mad because they don't talk about, like, disease. But it's just, this is ridiculous. But he also in here is like, you know, we should have more AIDS because it would get, and more homophobe. No, we should have more homophobes because it would mean there would be less gay people and then there'd be less AIDS. It's ridiculous. But anyway, this is the kind of shit that Pierre Polyev is aligning himself with. So, like, I don't know, I just wanted to be, like, clear that that's kind of who Pierre Polyev is, and to not like pretend like he's not a hateful piece of shit, that like he's not as bad as people think, you know? But yeah, I think that's all that was like fairly time sensitive that I wanted to cover. Let's do some like some some quick memes to de-stress. And then maybe I'll see about playing a game for like an hour maybe. We can look at cats playing air hockey. These are Canadian cats. Look at him! Look at him! I'm sad Lucy isn't gonna see this. Oh, you listen to the new Poppy tracks? Yeah, they're so fucking good. Yeah, me and Beetlejuice are twins. Me and Beetlejuice are twins. Call me a good boy 3 times, and I will arrive. We got a metalcore blech. Yeah, we did. Yeah, the new Poppy music has been really good. Especially that one song. Fucking just slaps so hard. It's like so unnecessarily good. Yeah, it's so good. Trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's enough politics for today. We covered some intense shit. But yeah, let me see real quick. Oh my god, I have so much shit open. Let me see if there's a game that I want to play. I maybe forgot to pre-download it because my knee has been taking up all of my time. Come on, Steam. Yeah, let's play this one. It's not that big, so it should download pretty quickly. Yeah, it's going pretty quick. I'm thinking that maybe I will play Amnesia: The Dark Descent because I haven't actually played it before. I've seen a bunch of playthroughs, none recently, so I forget most of what happens. But I kind of wanted for spooky season to start playing some horror games. Oh god. I can't get this open. Okay, the first boss is opening my applesauce. Jesus Christ, my hands. Oh yeah, it's almost downloaded it already. That's fine. I might have to get up and go find where the fucking controller is, though. Which, that'll be good, because I can definitely walk right now. I just want to have something that's, you know, unlike the news, is like uplifting to end the stream on, you know? And I think nothing would improve the mood like a horror game. Because compared to reality, this is actually better. like, am I wrong though? Okay, let's pause this for a second, and I've got to open OBS and escapable maybe. At least the dangers are obvious and escapable. Yeah. Let me change my category. Amnesia. Okay, stream info updated. Let's open Amnesia. What? Run settings launcher. Let's do that first. I should have prepared for this ahead of time, but I did not. I did not do any of the things that I should have done to prepare for this ahead of time. Okay. Graphics option. Not full screen. No, it can be full screen. Shadow resolution. Let's go medium. Texture quality medium. Sound options. Yeah, it can be on my headphones, it's fine. Language English. Oh god, no. I should have put it in windowed mode so I can move it. It's opening on the wrong window. How do I move it to the other window? I need it on my TV. Amnesia should not be played to win. Instead, focus on immersing yourself in the game's world and story. Do not worry about when and how to save during gameplay. The game will take care of that for you. When you want to leave the game, just choose save and exit. You can use continue to return where you left off next time. World of Amnesia is a dangerous place, and you are extremely vulnerable. Do not try and fight the enemies. Instead, use your wits. Hide or even run. Okay. Interplay between light and dark is very important. Because of this, it's vital to... Okay. I fucked that up. I have touch controls. Let's exit that actually real quick. Will it let me? Stop. It's hard because Steam wants to open and not the window. Steam, please. Steam, please. Open on the big monitor, please. Play. Maybe if I move Steam over there, it'll open where I want it to. Settings launcher. Okay. Not full screen. Oh my god, I can't. How do you... Salt, help. How do you move games from one window to another? Not me waiting until the last possible day to buy Signalis to hope for a spooky Steam sale. Yeah. How do you open on the monitor you want it to open on? How is that a thing? I'm really good at this, guys. Does it allow you to move stuff in display settings? Maybe. Maybe if I move this window over here. 'Cause it 16:9. Show advanced. I don't know what any of that means. I don't have it as full screen. I don't know why it's doing this. Or set the big screen as the primary display in the PC display settings. See, I don't want to do that because it'll fuck up the rest of my computer. It's the problem with I have a laptop. Wait, I can kind of see it. No! It's windowed, but it won't let me move it. Now it's just taking up a weird, fuck it. What? Why are you that shape? One second. Please hold. How? Wait. Oh. Never mind. There's a fucking button. There's a button for this. All right. Oh, well now it's shaped wrong. Okay, we're getting there. We're figuring it out. We're getting there. It's just the problem is, so I can now move it. The problem is it's making me do it 16:9, but I don't think that's the resolution of my my TV. Let me see. Oh no. Fucking Christ, why is it like this? I'm so sorry for this taking so long. It's now changed the resolution of my entire laptop, which is a fun, cool thing that it's now doing. Oh no, yeah. Apparently changing the display settings of Amnesia has now made my computer weird shape. And then every time I try and move it to the other window, it doesn't adapt. Let me see, if I do that, will it fix my screen? You are good. I know this bullshit so well. Yeah. So, let me see if I can show you what this looks like, because it's redonkulous. Oh yeah, it's fucked up my computer so badly. Okay, did that fix it? That fixed it. So, like... Okay, that sort of fixed it. But like... It does this. And then I can't... And then, like, for some reason, even though I put it in windowed mode, it's in full screen, and I can't do it. I can't get it. And then it just disappears. Why is it doing this? Why? It's so frustrating, because, like, my leg doesn't work, so I'm, like, trying to lean over. Ugh. Let me see. What? Steam, help. Okay, well, we're gonna try. We're gonna try this. Okay, no, that still doesn't work. I'm trying so hard, guys. I swear, I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Again, I should have tested this before going live, but I didn't. Okay. Let's see. Not full screen. I turned that off like 14 times. Okay. Will this work? Kind of worked. This is the most widescreen game I've ever fucking... Unless you're telling me, okay, so my computer, or my TV screen is not 16:9 is the problem. So, it's okay. I've got it in windowed mode though. So we're getting there. I need to get a ratio that's not 16:9 and then we'll be good. We're almost there. Okay. Smaller than 16:9. What's not 16:9? Let's go 5:4. There is no fucking way that my TV is... Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. I am so sorry. It's when I move it from one screen to another, it like wildly shifts dimensions, and I don't know why it's doing that, because it's annoying, that's why. It's okay, you'll just be in ad world for a minute while I figure this out. I got it to work, yes. Let's fucking go, dude. It fits. Let's turn this audio down a little bit. Hey, honey. Can you give me the Xbox controller? I think I'm gonna need it. Playing spooky game. Peace. It's working! It's working. Ow, my knee. I can't cross my legs, I forgot. Okay. Thank you. I got it to work. I just had to make it really small. Even then, I still think it's kind of falling off screen, but it's fine. It's fine. It works well enough. Okay. Gonna try and run. Okay. Play in a dark room and wear headphones. Alright. Till the square at the right is barely... Sorry, what's... Oh. Barely visible. Oh. I'm in a sunlit room, so this is... And I'm looking at a TV screen, so that looks fine. Enjoy. Alright, sick. Normal, please. Okay, I'm gonna put like my headphones fully on, so I'm actually immersed. If I suddenly start screaming, I'm sorry.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
It's sick. Let's go, Daniel. Oh, God. Alright. Oh, I have to move. Okay, cool. Okay, I've gotten up. Press M. Follow the liquid trail, find its source. Cool. Journal. Oh, why? Crouch. Trying to figure out what M is. Not sure. Options. Let's use my fucking mouse for this. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Because the sun's right there. Okay. That's better. Now I can actually see. Okay. Okay. My dude has hit his head pretty badly. He is walking so drunk. Can I run? I don't seem to be able to... I'm getting shorter is what's happening. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what it thinks right mouse button is. This doesn't super have controller support. Like it sort of does. I can throw a broom. I will say, some of the things I'm supposed to have controls for, I do not have controls for, but that is fine. I can throw a broom, which is all that matters. If I click when I stick it, like, shoots up or down. That's really silly. How did a cold breeze come from in here? Alright. Okay, I can jump. Crouch. That's that. Okay. It's not super duper easy, let me tell you. Nope. Nope. I heard running. Also, why does this castle sound like a boat? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, you're good. Stop having jello knees. That's my job. Only one of us can collapse to the floor that quickly. Jesus. Bruh is having a rough time. I wish I had a run button, but I don't appear to. What's in here? Standing in darkness, your sanity will drain. Okay. Gotcha. Shirt. The other children cheered him on. His name, voiced in a steadily rising pace, urged him to do it. Am I really doing this? The young boy thought, and struck his victim with a rock. Cool. Not horrific at all. Witnessing unsettling events will reduce your sanity. It can be increased by completing puzzles and making progress. So basically, don't fuck around and find out. Oh, dude is already going insane. I get it, we're in the dark. Chill out. I was born in the dark, molded by it. You merely adopted the dark. Okay, it's not that unsettling, dude. Okay. I get it, you're scared. Fucking chill out. I only have so much oil, my guy. See, you're in light. Calm down. Here, see? You're on fire. You're fine. I'm gonna have so many tinder boxes by the end of this, it's gonna be ridiculous. Okay, dude, have you settled down at all yet? No? Still going insane in the land of pink paint? Oil! Yay! Double click in the inventory, okay.
19th of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young and strong. He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
Okay. I will find this man and I will kill him, apparently. I'm sure all the suspicious red liquid isn't actually that suspicious. Hold down left mouse. Oh. Sick. Cockroaches! Madagascar hissing cockroaches. He fell to the kitchen floor. Tears were beginning to well in his eyes as he received the first kick in his stomach. Hazel remained hidden. In fear, she too would be punished. Alright. Hold down left shift while moving. Oh, now I have a run button. Fucking yay! Haha!
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the... what did you call it?
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
Okay, cool. But alternatively consider parkour. Parkour. Alright, I guess, am I supposed to come down here then? What? What was the button for the notes? Nope. Diaries. Nope. Mementos. Some organic tissue blocks the path to refinery. Can it be dissolved? Okay, sick. I gotta find some sort of substance. Sweet. Tra-la-la. Well, came from there, so go this way. Stop freaking out about the cockroaches. Whoa! Alrighty then. Not that way then. Whee! Parkour! Laboratory. Oh, that'll have some chemicals in it. A fragrant taste of rose lingered in his mouth. Turkish delights, he thought, just like the ones at the consulate in Constantinople. Dude, chill out. Yes, it's very cold. Very no bueno.
Someone's coming.
Is there? Oh, our brain is having a really tough time right now.
There should be more coop rats. Let me see. And one part aquaforce.
Okay, we need stuff. The lack of a chimney to properly vent the fumes from my most recent experiments has taken its toll on many of my less stable ingredients in storage. Some seem unaffected, but many are stained by the fumes and will be difficult to salvage. I shall do what I can to move them to the wine cellar. Alright. This is my third attempt to produce an artificial vitae. The former compounds lacked the potency I needed, but I sense I'm close. Calamine and orpiment are a given, and the cuprite binds them as well. This time I will attempt aqua regia instead of aqua fortis and hope that it will produce a more even solution. Experiment was unsuccessful. The solution is highly acid and proves impractical to put to any use except as a detergent. Organic tissue reacts especially violently to the solution. Should be handled with the greatest care. I might be able to use the recipe, but I'm losing hope that I will find an alchemic solution to my predicament. So I need calamine, orpimite, cuprite, and regia. One day I will return. If it wasn't for the thought of you, my love, I wouldn't be able to go on. When I find myself doing terrible things, I take comfort in you. For as long as I'm able to think of you and long for a life together, I know I'm better than the others. I weep for them. They lust for power without restraint, where I only crave fair judgment and a safe return. Alright, dude. Okay. Oh, so I have to go to the wine cellar is what I have to do. Bruh, your fragile little mind is becoming quite the issue. Traveling to Dover meant going through Canterbury. He made sure to pay a visit to avoid the sense of guilt connected with a neglected family. Oh, well.
Get away from me!
Alright, well, I'm on my way to the wine cellar. Oh, I need a key. Fucking God. Also, I need... Where's the inventory? Great. I have a slight headache. Cool beans. Tra-la-la-la-la. Suppose the key is up here. Well, yeah, it won't budge. There's a thing in the way. Tra-la! Whee! Archives, sure. Let's go to the archives. The door slammed shut behind him and he knew he would never again see the old tailor of Berkeley Square. Another lone soul in London seemed appropriate somehow. Rare books. What in the fuck noise is that? Ooh, book.
16th of May, 1839. The unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber. No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
Colonialism! Woo! Let's steal things from African countries and put them in our fucking museums. Grave robbing, but let's call it archaeology instead. Because those are somehow different things. Door off with this hinges is super cool. Catalogs. Okay. Oh, this room's great. Dude. You've been in the dark for 3 seconds. How are you this bad? Look, I get people are afraid of the dark sometimes, but I am not one of those people. I, like, live in the dark. You can ask Steph, I don't turn lights on, like, ever. It's a problem, because then she, like, can't fucking get down the hallway because it's so dark. What in the fuck? I'm sure that random moaning was normal.
"17th of May, 1839. My hands tremble as I write. I feel a need to document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger.
You might have amnesia?
Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me.
Daniel, you don't need to be
I mustered my
xenophobic.
strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen. Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them. which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside.
What a dingus.
I was trapped.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Instead of like actually moving the damn thing, you're just like, oh no, just lift it up and I'll scooch under. Aha! I'm being a little loop gremlin. I'm so incredibly lost now. What? Daniel, please. Oh my god, yes. That was worth coming in here. Oh, that one. Oh, how is my sanity doing? My head is pounding, my hands are shaking. Alright, cool. We'll stand by this fucking candle for a minute then. Jesus, dude. Such a baby. There, do you feel better in here? No? Oh, I see where we are now. Oh, this is giving me Dracula vibes. Daniel is definitely a Harker. Local history. Really mean to click that, but that's okay. Okay, so I've been in here already. Oh, he's getting better. He's fine. Daniel, you're fine. Chill out. Super normal things. I don't love that sound. I don't love a lot of what's happening. So many maps. Maps. All right. Bruh.
17th May, 1939. After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped.
Yeah,
I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light. It was waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light.
Sure.
I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint
Nothing's ever
glow
gone wrong
escaped
from a
my
glowing
fingers
orb.
and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry.
Oh, Cthulhu.
The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety, and grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
Bro, you really are a dingus. You pondered the orb of Cthulhu, and then you wonder why your fucking brain is so fragile.
Much of the castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
We're just buying time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the wars. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs. Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
Oh, servants, great. So you suck. Of course, it's some weird, racist, xenophobic, crazy Englishman that gets access to Cthulhu's mysteries. Not someone who, like... Okay, so I need to chuck something at it. But not someone who deserves... No! Oh my god. Hi, Lucy, welcome back. How you doing? Get me. I'm back. Welcome back.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
What is that noise? Stop it! Oh, there's a gift. Come here. Alstad and Brennenburg Castle, 1801. Another region rich with lore is Alstad, deep within the East Prussian woods. For centuries, there have been stories surrounding the hamlet and its neighbor, Castle Brennenburg. The quiet, forest-clad mountains, dressed with scattered lakes, is as picturesque as can be, albeit the area is haunted by the dark. Ask any local and you will hear proof of the widespread superstition. All travelers should indulge themselves in such conversations, since it will certainly serve as exciting entertainment. All of them have their own twists on the tales, but there's certainly some motifs that keep reappearing. The Gatherers. This story reaches all the way back to the time of the 30 Years' War. It is said that soldiers who abandoned their duty got lost in the cold, dark woods and were forever damned to roam the grounds. So like Skull Kid and Zelda. Their bodies, wrought by their tainted souls, have left them disfigured and empty of essence. Many have cited them over the years and described them as horrid revenants. They move silently through the woods, shying away from any beholder. They are called gatherers as they seem to follow some ambition to steal living creatures. It is their prey which can be heard struggling inside damp burlap sacks dragged behind them, which reveal their presence. What dark scheme do they follow? I have done stuff and eaten brisket. Fuck yeah, brisket. Get that bitch some brisket. Bitches love brisket. A visit undone. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the well-known erudite, visited Alstadt at the start of the 16th century. He resided in the local inn for a fortnight as he looked for remnants of kingdoms past. During his stay, all the prominent members of society paid notice, and he is mentioned in many records of the time. One day he went to investigate a burrow in the northwestern glades, only to never be seen again. Heinrich is known to have passed away in Grenoble some 10 years later. He dismissed the notion of ever visiting Altstadt, which makes you wonder what really happened. Who is this mysterious man who visited the sleepy hamlet in the woods, and what happened to it? The immortal Baron. The Baron of Brennenburg lives a reclusive life with his family at his castle nearby. Altstadt, and like most of those of noble birth, rumors are inherited along with the title. Researching the history reveals little before the castle was consumed by fire in the late 16th century. It was rebuilt by Alexander, a nobleman from the Rhinelands, claiming the role as protector of the Prussian state. Alexander helped the region to flourish and remain popular throughout his presumed lifetime. Family has always been secretive when it comes to lineage and heritage, therefore the birth and death of Alexander and his offspring has never been fully recorded. This has fed the idea that the Baron is in fact the one and the same who came from the West over 300 years ago, lived through the time of the occupation, and joined the coveted Order of the Black Eagle along with great leaders of his country. Okay. Anyway. Very puzzling, much hard. Okay, locked door. Whee! Wilhelm and his fools have endangered my research long enough with their absent-minded handling of the human vessels. The sheriff is keeping a watchful eye on the forest and is killing my trusty servants. It's just a matter of time until they follow the trail to Brennenburg. I need to lock Wilhelm and his men up to avoid further investigation from the public. The wine cellar will therefore be sealed off until the matter has been handled. Either the king's men leave or they will starve. Whatever comes first, they can rot for all I care. Maybe I will feed them some wine. It should, in a sense, solve both my problems. Okay, dude. Nope. 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 So much incredible no. Whoa. Well, I have the key to the wine cellar. Oh. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's find a new way out of this area. Find the key for the wine cellar. Evidence in the laboratory revealed that combining 4 chemicals can create a powerful acid. It's in the wine cellar. Okay. I have the key for the wine cellar. Okay, well. throw paper rolls around. Give me paper. Give. Give. That's kind of fun. Oh, this door's open now. That's what's happened. I'm just gonna run. Whee! Nope. Nope. Oh, doing your nails for the shoot tomorrow? Hell yeah. Nope. 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 The sucky thing is I have to go that way is kind of my problem. Ah! Lucy! Alright. Fine. I don't want to go this way. Thanks for the jump scare, I appreciate it. No! No! How about we don't? The sand gave way to his tired body as he fell from the camel's back. He felt the wind gently sweep across his face and his dry, crusted lips. Laughing at me, Lizzie. Ow! Who put goo all over the floor? And why? Why goo? Sorry. No, don't apologize. If I didn't want to be jump scared, I wouldn't put the jump scare things there. Okay, wine cellar time. Oh my god, okay, I have to use the key. Wait. Oh my god. Is it because I bullied you? It was done, the men said. The tomb had been revealed. Tin Hinnon awaits, grinned the toothless foreman. It's raining darkness, blah blah blah. Okay.
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
Too bright. Oh, I'm not the most thrilled about this. Oh, close the fucking door. Also, why is there a mouse in here?
What was that?
Ow. Dude, I already have amnesia. Stop whacking me in the head. Bruh. Hey, filled my lantern. Stop walking around, you bitch. It's like push things. I'm like, I'm trying. This is so heavy. Oh, there we go. Oh, I can pull aggressively also, not just push. Okay, I see. Tinderbox. Okay. I'm free. How's my brain doing? It's okay. It's fine. Whoa.
What's happening? Oh, it feels like my chest is going to burst. Oh. My God, Wilhelm, do something!
Accept it. We're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
Man's exploded. What the My name is Wilhelm, House of Garrick. These are my final words, my confession and testament. 2 years ago, I was summoned to the Castle Brennenburg. As most of the aristocracy, I was curious about what the supposed Knight of the Order would want from me and accepted the invitation. The Baron was friendly and offered me a proposition. It dawned on me that the nature of the contract was sordid and that the reason I was chosen was because of the follies of my past and not the honors I'd been rewarded with during my time as a soldier. I was to kidnap healthy humans upon his slightest whim and do so without asking questions. In return, he would attest to my character at the royal court, advancing my position within noble society. I would like to claim that I struggled with my decision, but it came swiftly and I accepted wholeheartedly. Yeah, because you were dumb. Ever since that day, I brought men, women, and children to Brennenburg. I can't remember the numbers, but there were many, perhaps even 100, none of whom were ever seen or heard from again. Tonight, the Baron invited me and my men down to the wine cellar to celebrate our work. I had my suspicions as we descended the stairs, but he insisted and joined us in a toast. The wine tasted fine, and my men drank without restraint. So begins the punishment for our sins. The Baron has locked us up and returned upstairs. Forgive me for what I have done. I was weak and fell into his diabolic ways. My men are screaming. Their skin has been pierced by their own tangled bones. I feel my insides revolt against their God-given nature. Blood has begun to pour from my eyes, and I can no longer... Well... Yeah, your eyes sort of failed you there, didn't they, buddy? Hard to feel bad for you, since you willingly chose to kidnap and murder people, but... They might not have died from your hand, but it was your fault, so... Okay. Let's sit with some light for a sec so I don't go insane. This dude is more afraid of the dark than a 5-year-old girl. So much wine. Nope. Nope. Oh, there's like enemies are near. I'm like, I figured. I just need that one chemical and then I can fucking run. Ладно. I'm hidden. My sanity is dangerously low. Yeah, Senior Flappy Jaw just walked by. Of course my brain isn't doing super great.
What is this place?
Alright, made progress. I might die though. All 4 chemicals. I need to get to the laboratory. Where the fuck is this dude? Daniel, please hold on to your marbles for like 2 seconds. Jesus Christ. We're almost to the door. Please chill. Okay. Fucking God. He sat down by the Casbah and was, while gasping for air, sweat poured from his forehead and onto the sand-filled ground. Okay, cool. Well. Few cuts and bruises. Super sane. So where's the thingy I can mix this shit? Alright, random bird noise. Sounds like a loon. Why is there a loon in this castle in Europe? Chemical needs to be mixed first. Ah, but how? Okay. Oh, fuck yeah. Stop hissing at me. I'm so good at finding tinder boxes, I will say. Okay. Okay, so what doors are unblocked is the thing. So that's blocked off, those are blocked off, that's blocked off, up there's blocked off. After enduring 3 days in Algiers, a sailboat was finally arranged to take him across the Mediterranean Sea to Gibraltar. Having reached British territory, it's just a matter of reserving a cabin on SS Hortensia, headed for London. Sick. Here we go. putting some stuff in a fucking bottle has caused so much damage to the surrounding areas, but... Pot of acid, let's go! I'm so smart. Huh. Stairs have collapsed. Find a way to climb back up. Oh, a bunch of exploded people. Sick. Oh, more oil. Let's go. Well, it wasn't that hard. It became impossible to avoid. The commotion in the streets begged for his attention. As he opened his shutters, the French soldiers opened fire on 2 young men fighting back. Their voices were silenced in a haze of gun smoke. Sweet! We love a shitty Frenchman. Anyway, down here we go. Refinery! Whee! The cloth smelled of desert and damp musk. Damp Elon musk. The pieces lay scrambled on top. Too many of them, he thought, or perhaps too few. Ah!
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
Homophobic. Keep going straight. That is homophobic. Enemies, of course. Of course. Ew. Ew. I'll avoid looking at them. Cool. Love that for me. Love how I go insane from looking at things, experiencing things, being in the dark.
Is anyone there?
Please don't. I'm just gonna be sane for a second. Slight headache. That's fine. The sanest people have headaches, right? That can only be a good thing. Sorry, I'm not taking visitors right now.
22nd of June, 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry. After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England. He said he didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way. I found my
Dear
journal
diary,
this morning
mood
in a
apathetic.
haphazard collection of things brought home from Africa. Next to it lay the broken stone orb wrapped in cloth. I tried to assemble it, but couldn't. The pieces wouldn't fit together, as if they weren't from the same object. Could I have imagined it all? Was there ever a complete orb?
Orb. Okay. All right. Ow! Fucking Christ, it scared the hell out of me. This is when I have a heart attack. Jesus. Honey, fuck off. Don't make fun. Okay, I walked into some. I refilled my lantern. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I need to open that. What is this? Okay, something is... It's stuck. Oh, there's a stick in it. Where's a box? I need to stand on a box. Ooh, let's loot the room first, actually. The room of 1,000 boxes. Sure, this seems safe. I'm an emo kid, non-conforming as can be. Cellar archives, let's go! He crashed to the surface. The dark Atlantic water smothered him as he struggled to make sense of the situation. Thanks, Lucy. Thank you for the ghost noise. Oh no. I know where I am. Nope, 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 nope. I know this. Fucking not this level. No. Hey honey, I'm in the water bed. go away. You go completely away. Welcome in. Keep out of the water. Yeah, I know. We'll not go into that side corridor. Got it. I hate you. I hate you. You invisible piece of fucking garbage. Thank you for the meow. Oh god. No. No. Go over there. No. Ah, yes, it is very spooky. Get over there. Go faster, go faster, go faster, go faster, go faster. Okay, 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 okay. Fuck, fuck, no. Open, open, open. What do you mean it's locked with a simple lock? Oh, my whole ass. Oh, I'm full of anger. What do you mean? Hold on. Are you kidding me? You couldn't just let me through the door? his leg and he felt himself being dragged along by the current of the beast. He pushed himself above the surface. Help, he cried as the ocean swallowed him again. I don't think this is an ocean, but this certainly sucks. Oh god. Oh god. He turned his head to calm ocean reaching towards the coast of Portugal and thought, is this another dream? Oh my god! Ah! Okay, I'm fine. We're good. We're fine. We're completely sane and normal, actually. That's normal. This is extremely normal. Look at them legs. Ignore the weird angel centipede fish thing. Ow. I'm so scared. Okay. Fuck all of this noise. Give. Music is oddly relaxing for how horrible that just was. Storage. Yeah, let's see what's in storage. Tried to put the pieces together, but like sand dunes, they shifted when you weren't looking. Sand dunes shift when you are looking too, actually. Just the fun thing about that. Darkness in the storage feels strange and unnatural. Sweet. Love that for me. I have so much oil and so many tinder boxes.
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Okay. Oh. Some kid had a bad time. Machine parts. What do I need machine parts for? Clearly something. Rubble from a cave-in is hindering further passage in the storage. Find a way to get through. Okay. Well, apparently I came here earlier than I needed to, because I don't know why I'm even in here, but... tinderboxes. Oh, I got a drill part. Let's go. Oh, give me that too. This kid is not having a good time, let me tell you. Valve is rested shut. Okay. Okay. Apparently I can combine things. Oh, I don't have all the parts yet. Alright, fine. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm in the land of barrels. Barrel! Hand drill. Okay, sweet. Okay, maybe I hand drill the thing that I can't valve. I can only steam. I can PlayStation store. Oh, I'm not doing too bad. Okay, cool. Kid, please. Yay! I don't know what this is partially filled with. One or two ingredients for creating explosive. Okay. Sick. I think I have to leave and go the other way to get the other explosive. So there's definitely other places for me to go. Daniel, I swear to Christ, if you were any more afraid of the dark, gotta be sneaky beaky like. Daniel, please, you're literally inside of a candle. How many photons do you need? He climbed out of bed and looked out the window. It was completely dark. He waited, glanced at the old clock, and waited some more. 4 o'clock, he thought. It's enough. Alright, I don't know what that means, but... Whee! Okay. Guest room. Yeah, let's go one room at a time. Herbert's trunk was wrapped in rope. The lock had been broken by thieves, he assumed. He wondered if anything had been left, considering all the hands it had passed. Ah.
My journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
I don't fucking know, dude.
July 2nd, 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him.
Fair enough. Secrets. Secrets. So many hissing ass cockroaches. I think that's supposed to scare me, but it really doesn't. I live with a snake. Random ass hissing doesn't really freak me out that badly. Not that Victoria hisses that often, but you know what I mean.
July 3rd, 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, the day I was trapped inside the orb chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue. He finally visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
There's sand dunes. I have a crowbar! Let's go! Crowbar, crowbar, crowbar! Nap time!
Daniel?
What?
Still having nightmares, I see.
Yes. I can't shake them. They come every night.
We'll put a stop to them. You'll see.
I almost hit myself in the head. I'm really skilled at things, guys. Like playing catch with my fucking skull. Broke it off, huh? Wait, don't I have a fucking crowbar? Crowbar. How did that break the crowbar?
The key. Please, let it be here.
I'm hit. I'm hit. Thank you, hint. Appreciate that. Appreciate the heads up. Jesus Christ. Back in the closet. Fucking homophobic. Homophobic having me be in the closet. Keep thinking these hooks are switches, but they're not. Hey, Dick Nugget, can you go away? I would like to come out. I know it's not June anymore, but like, could you not? Rude. Making it gay, go back in the closet.
4th of July, 1839. It's done. The orb is assembled.
Woo!
I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
Very strange. Very, very weird. Hi.
Thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
What? I see. Give. Machine room key! Let's go! Stop hissing at me, fucking roaches. Okay. Sir William Smith had been marked. There was no way for him to know that the young man from the other day cast such a terrible shadow. Suppose. Study. Let's check this room out. Professor Taylor was the second death caused by his damned curiosity. Look at that little claw hand. Little claw hand. Alright. Wood paneling. We love good wood paneling. That painting is tiny. Yeah! Had to get my headphones so I can do this. You didn't get me, babe. You tried. I appreciate the Korok. The problem is I think it's because I'm in a horror game that I'm like expecting stuff. I don't know, maybe it's just timing. You gotta get me when I'm not like expecting it. Oh, Daniel, calm down. There's a candle right here.
Meow, bitch!
Thanks for the meow, bitch. I see what you did there, you fucking asshole. Thank you for the meow. Oh, there's a crucifix. Why is it red in here? Also, why are there dogs? What's going on? To my most trusted student and friend, Johann Weyer, the most remarkable thing has happened as I was traveling through the Prussian woods this summer. I finally found one of the orbs I have been looking for the last 20-odd years. It is as inexplicable as the heliodramas described at it in the Hortus Conclusus. It was, as it was told about, an underground Mithraic temple crowned with the unearthly artifact. The orb was big enough to fill my cupped hands, and the texture was smooth and jagged. Its color was washed while rich. Contrast is not enough to describe its nature. It was an impossibility, an artificial paradox captured within stone. I was staying in a nearby village called Altstadt, investigating one of its antiquated trails when I finally found the cavern. I went inside, and suddenly I could verify the truth of one of these animatic artifacts. They were real. I want water. Well, go get water, you silly! As you can understand, this is the most important discovery of my life, but it has also become my greatest fear. As I entered the underground chamber, I could feel that I was trespassing. Because of my curiosity, I did my best to fight these instincts and fetch the orb from its place. I scrambled out of the chamber and into the woods. I could sense something was following me. It bayed loudly as it closed in. The beast, this guardian of the orb, was relentless in its pursuit. I made my way to a nearby ravine where I stumbled upon some men fishing in a lake. I tried to warn them as I passed, but fortunately they remained as I continued my escape. When I heard their cry of pain echo through the valley, I felt such a tremendous sense of relief, thinking I would be spared. Suddenly, a blue shimmering light engulfed me, and the colors of the forest were washed away before my eyes. I kept running through the bleak surroundings. The trees had turned charcoal. Oh, you felt relief because someone else died because of you. Good job, Dick. Black with leaves of cinder, the ground covered in murky water. I pressed on through the drenched land as the glowing ember gave way to the rising wind and rained on me. I could hear pleading screams in the distance, and I joined in as pain and fear overtook me. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. This must certainly sound strange, but I had been carried miles away across the Alps to a grassy field outside Genoa. The Guardian had taken the orb from me, but still until this day, I fear its return. Sometimes I lay awake at night, listening for the howling cry I heard in the forest. It has been nearly a decade since that day, and I still haven't been able to write about the incident. The last time we spoke, you told me about your interest and ongoing research into the mythic orbs, and I realized I owed you the truth about my visit to Altstadt. Your friend and mentor, Henrik Cornelius Agrippa. So that's why he says he wasn't over here. Because he had a bad time. Decent titanium windows. Dude, please stop going insane the minute I walk out of a door. You could really chill. I knew there was going to be a point where I had to smash a window. Kinky. Oh, that's a dog. Oh, well, that's less fun. Canis lupus familiaris. After a short study, it was clear that the agitation found among humans can be found in the dog. Fear and pain induce stress, which seems to trigger an endogenous response, causing the animal to burst with energy. I believe that the catalyst is produced in the brain. It is difficult to determine exactly where and what it is, but I can sense it. It reeks of cosmic genesis. There is an inherent problem in harvesting this energy, since the creature is bound to die from the exercise. I must refine this process of torture to enable any real work to be done. More experiments must be performed, but it seems that only human beings are able to produce the amount necessary. Might be their ability to appreciate the severity of the process that ultimately augments their experience of terror. Sweet. Love that. The canine spine. Sweet. Oh, I can play with this. Whee! Haha. Dude's a dick bag. Oh, there's a bird.
Let's see what you have to offer.
Poor dog. You know what, Daniel? You're right. I also ran bird.
What a mess. I should have sharpened the saw, but I can sense it. It's definitely there.
Sir. I don't even feel bad at all about the fact that Chambers of the Human Skull, great. I don't even feel bad about the fact that I'm supposed to go murder you. I'm super fine with that, actually. Ooh, words. Anatomy Frontiers, cool. Further disappointment. The Antiquarian's latest findings yielded nothing. I'm still unable to grasp the inner workings of life and its relation to the power I sense within it. I shall pursue more books on the subject, but I suspect it will be in vain. Since no research has been made in my particular interest, I must attempt to fill that void myself. Clearly humans emanate more of the energy I seek, but I hope animals will suffice, as they would prove less of a hassle to acquire. Literally, is this just adrenochrome, but like... I was gonna say less racist, but I guess technically not. Oh, skulls. Oh, Daniel, calm down. It's just taxidermy. Have you never seen a skull before? Look. Head bones attached to the leg bone. Leg bones attached to the dick bone. He has a little pubis. Look, look, look. Like all those spam emails. I can make your pubis bigger. Look. Bigger boner. I am a silly human. Anyway, oh, you know what? Come here, Skull. Come here, Lewis. I need your assistance. Here, stay here for a second. I'm gonna need you, but I'm gonna explore more of this hallway. There is no more hallway. Sweet. Lewis, I have need of you. Hey, Lewis. I need you to help me get ahead. Oh, why are you? Apparently you're not heavy enough, Lewis. I will go put you back with your friends. Come here, chair. Let's go! I guess I gotta be careful. Give me the... Thank you. This is straight up in Dracula. Oh. It's just a little flesh wound. Calm down, dude. You're fine. Elevator renovation plans. Fucking hate elevators.
Something's wrong. Oh, so wrong.
When will it be my turn? Have I not shown restraint? My patience spans centuries. From where I came, mankind has not even wasted a breath, and yet I bow to you. I have done so much for you, I have attained nothing in return. Agrippa, I trusted you. It was I who, in all fairness, should have entered that gate. Okay, dude. Emergency decelerator. So a brake. Chamber controller, using steam power, elevator schematics. ... Love that. Okay, your chairs are everywhere, sir. Have you tried making less of a mess? Flow cycle gone. The elevator breaks down again. Make sure to use the steam engine to build up pressure before channeling it into the machinery. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The meter should read up S and down S? No, up 8, down 8. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity steam set functions. 4-phase amplitude, complete steam flow cycle. Note that the machine will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm sure I'll figure that out. Sir, you're going insane. There's a fucking candle right there. Fucking chill your roll. Chill. Dude, please. Please stop going insane. Look. 5 ass candles. Just sit there for a second, my dude. Here, I'll take some laudanum. There, now I'm all good. Fucking Christ. How did you even get in here? Oh, I see. Sir, it's a tree falling down in the woods. Well, I missed that jump. Tread carefully. Yeah, I didn't mean to bounce off the wall. That wasn't on purpose. See, you kind of like list to the right a little bit. It's not what I'm intending. Okay, back inside. Bye, Lewis. So Agrippa did come here. He just lied and said he didn't. The strange letter frightened him, but it was also the only one which offered some comfort. Agrippa lied because he found an orb and he fucking hated it over here. And then they did some weird bullshit where they ended up going to some weird portal thing. Ah!
You have an ascending room. Will it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
Daniel, you're a dingus. You're a certifiable dingus. Okay, so the elevator doesn't work. Which, you know, I kind of assumed. So this is the elevator control room, I'm assuming. Oh, I have the machine room key. Woo! He panted heavily, trying his best to keep himself from screaming. The medicine cabinet had been overturned and lay collapsed on the floor. He reached through the broken glass door and grabbed all the sedatives he could find. I mean, I've been there. That's a mood.
July, 1839. Today, I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
Yeah, Daniel, everything bad is your fault. You're English, dude. It comes with the territory. Oh. I don't know what any of that is. Okay. Why?
Darkness. Closing in.
It is not. Chill your fucking roll. There's like 1,000 lights in this room. I'll go slightly off to one side and you lose your fucking marbles. Please, sir. I don't even have to be scared of that sound because it's coming from beyond a loading zone. I don't even have to worry about it. Ow.
"14th July, 1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle. Signed, Alexander." What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
Oh, sleeping pills. I've had those before. They don't work nearly as well as you'd hope they would. I do have to say. What? Machine equipment memo. Note that there are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. Okay, so I need 2 rods from storage. Okay. have so many goddamn tinder boxes, it's ridiculous. Okay. Whee! Oh. Alright. I'm gonna go get that other one before I forget where it is. I knew these were like a weird color for a reason, because they're like day glow orange. Whoops. We're getting there, though. I have so many damn tinder boxes. Yes, flies. There's a bunch of decomposing nonsense. I get you. It's fine. Oh, it's coal. I don't know how much it's gonna take, so I'm just gonna grab a couple of these. Burner is now full of coal. Do this bit. Okay, well, imagine you overload it and just explodes for a game over. Oh my god. That'd certainly be funny. Okay, so I need some rods. And then I don't know how... I gotta go to storage and get the rods. You flip through the Book of Monarchs looking for etchings and counted. 9 different kings from all over Europe had been depicted with an orb resting in their hands. Sick. So I gotta go to storage. What do I have? Flow Psycho Rod. Oh, so that's the one I grabbed from before. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Find a way to start the engine that powers the elevator. The rubble from the cave-in. Okay. So I have one flow rod, but I need 2 more. There we go. Oh yeah, the dingus is down here. Okay. Alexander, I've prepared the explosives you need for cleaning the flood drain. I can't stress enough how important it is that the mixture is handled with care. Please try and tell your feather-brained servants this before you go ahead with your plans. The liquids are not by themselves explosive and should be kept separated to avoid further mishaps. Arrange 2 large vats in the next room for the ingredients. All you need to do is mix the liquids. You're ready to go. Sweet. Okay, now I have an explosive. Okay. Okay. So where's this cave-in? I will say, I'm pretty sure Thanks, Steph. Look at you giggling over there. Garbage person. I love you. Okay. Don't stand too close. I know. Here we go. So many tinder boxes, it's ridiculous.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
Food storage. Yeah, definitely food in here. And that food is not made of people. I promise you. super definitely not expired. What is this, Loblaws? I timed that one better? Yeah, you did. Oh, this, I don't think this is the dark. Nope. Nope. If he can't see me, if I can't see him, he can't see me. If I can't see him, he can't see me. If I can't see him, he can't see me. Could you... shuffle your little booty in a direction that's not over here. Stop. Stop walking behind me. Oh, he's right there. Where am I supposed to go? I'm gonna get caught because he's not leaving. Go away. Okay. I'm gonna have to run. Run,
Yeah,
run,
bitch.
run, 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 run. Thanks for the meow, bitch, but I'm already scared. Oh, I'm fine. The problem is I have to go back there for some stuff. Okay. Okay, let's be more subtle this time. I swear to God, honey. How dare you? I was definitely not as subtle before. Ah! So bright.
Oh, God, please, please.
Machine parts. Cool. Ow! Why does it let me do that? Oh. I have to not touch those. For sneaky beaky like reasons. If a full set of 3 rods is unavailable, there is 1 rod in the inner study rooms which might work in case the elevator breaks down again. Unless it's absolutely necessary, always use the spare rods from the storage before using a mended one. Alright, well, but I have all the rods now. I'm so good at finding tinder boxes, y'all don't even fucking know. That's why I have like 25 of them. Okay, I have all the rods I need. Now I gotta go back up to the elevator. I think I have everything I need for that now. Man, running away from that dude is super effective. Sir. Just need to get to the door. Just need to get to the other door. Just need to get up there. Just need to get up here. We'll be fine. And then I'll go to the elevator. And then maybe we'll raid out. Because I don't think I can beat this in one go. Oh, victory hop. Okay. You can eat my ass. You can eat my ass, sir. My entire fucking ass. Oh, it's just growing more. That's what's happened.
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shade will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
Yeah, Daniel. Don't have such fragile masculinity. You'll be fine. Okay. So I don't know those ones yet. I'm gonna move down. So many pipes. Okay.
The flicker, the bluish light.
Stop being crazy, dude. Trinity Steam Rod. That's gonna be that one. 4-phase. It's gonna be that one. Flow cycle. It's gonna be that one. Okay. Now we need to figure out these other rods up here. Okay. Okay, so... Elevator machine. Just the levers get the right amount of pressure. Up 8 and down 8. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. No. Seven, 8. That's 6, 7, 8. So yeah, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's 9. Fuck. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fucking Christ. Okay. Flow is even and stable. Sweet. Got it. Whee! I'm good at this. Let's go. I can do math. And I can read Roman numerals, apparently. Numbers, bitch! Yes! Let me go! Yes! So good at puzzles! So good at that. Oh my god. Oh, there's bulbous growths everywhere. I don't like that. My run button was temporarily unavailable. Smith has been marked. There's no way for him to know that the... Okay, yeah, I read that already. So much red. Okay, let me... Slight headache. A wound is bleeding quite badly. Yeah, we'll laudanum. We're fine. Okay, well... I think I'm going to save and exit here, because it's like 6 o'clock, and I don't know... Well, I don't know how much more of this game there is. You know what? Nah, I wanna see what's down the elevator first. Because I think we're most of the way through it. I just don't want to go too long. So I've already been streaming for 6.5 hours. Main story is 8 hours? Okay, well. Cover it, he said. Keep it covered at all times. I think I've been playing it for like 3 hours. So yeah, maybe I'll save and exit here and we'll beat this game next week because I am a sleepy little sheepy. I'm a sleepy sheepy. Let me actually save and quit this. Save and exit. Yes. Yay. I have been sort of blasting through it though, because I don't get scared that easy, which is nice. Yeah, that was fun. Not too hard on my hands, which is nice. But yeah, let me see what I'm streaming next, because I don't know my own schedule 90% of the time. Yeah, it'll be Tuesday. I don't know how much of the game I'll play because it's the Vance Walls debate, but maybe I'll start early and game a bit and then dip over to the debate. Like game first and then that later. So yeah, next Tuesday seems like the most soon time I'm gonna be able to stream anything. But yeah, Steam says I played for like 3 hours, so I'm making good time. But yeah, stick around because we're gonna raid. I appreciate y'all so much for stopping by, no matter whether you were here for like a minute and had to lurk or you've been here the whole time. I appreciate all of you. But yeah, we're gonna raid out. And yeah. We're gonna raid D-Tune. Thank you. We're gonna raid D-Tune because he is doing a cool paranormal announcement soon, which is I'm really excited about. And I think right now he's just doing like random updates and stuff. So yeah, because he was just at TwitchCon. Yeah, I appreciate y'all so much, and I will see you all so soon. I love you, and yeah, I'll see you next week. Yay!